Alrighty then. Hello everybody and welcome to the 6 hours of Spa. Currently we're running around in the nighttime, watching on board of the Team Snail esports car here with Theo Zeems. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Track is extremely wet at the moment. So for those of these cars here who are worried about the tire limitation, fortunately going out in practice will not be affecting tire limitations. But yes, so this is getting underway here for 6 hours. It's gonna be a long day for these teams here. Hopefully everyone can get together a pretty clean and good race. I'm gonna be mostly alone for today as far as I know, so that's gonna be fun. And the stream will likely have some dead time as I'm going to need to do race control as well, and during those race control moments I'll have to cut back to that slideshow that we just had at the start of the stream, just to try to make sure that everything is, you know, good to go and understanding as the car's going around here. Jump on board and watch someone else for a little bit. I still don't... Oh, those are two cars wrecking at the hill. Let's go into helicopter cam here. Slowly keep creeping around on the inside there, going back to the pit lane. Why did the skin pack not correctly install? I will have to redo that during the driver's briefing. Because I did install the skin pack, but apparently I did not install it correctly. And during driver's briefing, I will restart the game. Thank you for following there, Maverick. Welcome into the stream. I'm gonna try to take today, just kind of relax. This is the stream's gonna be more about watching the cars go around and just having a good time, more than anything. I need to figure out my onboard key right quick. Let's go see if this is a control setting that I can map regarding cameras. Yeah, I don't have it anywhere. I don't know how to work with getting the onboard cameras back, because it's supposed to be F6, and which allows you to cycle between the onboard cameras, but that does not work for me for whatever reason, which is unfortunate. So I guess for onboard cameras we'll just have to do with this. The track is dark here at 4 a.m. underway. It's gonna be a fun start to the race. It should be at the same time, or it may be at 5 a.m. rather than 4 a.m. But it is going to be a dark race start, and it may or may not be raining at race start as well. I'm not entirely sure on that one. Well, a note here with watching a rainy session is that it'll show who's running what in terms of downforce. The higher your downforce setting is, the more likely you are to be pretty quick here in the wet. Just gives you more kind of overall grip and more pushing into the racetrack. A little bit less sliding to have done. Even despite these slower speeds here, Spa is still very much a downforce racetrack in terms of the corners. So definitely gonna be an interesting one if it does end up raining as to who comes out on top. I know we had that last time around here at Spa. It ended up raining for a couple hours pretty torrentially, may I add, in that race. And the cars that were more trimmed out and were quick during the dry stints were nowhere to be found during the wet stints. They were often off the racetrack or spinning or just really off pace in comparison to the rest. So that is something to think about and note, is that having a car that's set up for the rain may or may not pay out in this race. Again, with live weather, you never really know what's going to come. I shouldn't say live weather, but random weather, you never really know what's going to come out of incidents like this or races like this. And so sometimes playing it a bit safe and going for a little bit more of a wet setup may pay off, and sometimes it won't, and the race will be dry the entire time and you'll be 2 seconds off pace the whole race. The risk versus reward. The onboard shots though are fantastic here, going through the forest at night. Again, just shows just how dark and treacherous this race start's gonna be. I mean, you can barely see right now, let alone when we have all the headlights shining down your throat, making that rear view mirror nice and bright behind you. It's gonna be a really tricky race start. Obviously, the Aston Martin dominating the grid here. It is the car that's known as being overpowered per se at Spa. The car just really seems to hook up at this racetrack well, and with its fuel cell size, it also gives it a little bit of an advantage over, say, the Ferraris for overall race length pace, because of, well, it can typically cut out an extra stop in a longer race. For 6 hours, that'll be a little bit less noticeable compared to the original 9 that this race was going to be. But being able to cut out a stop will be pretty big for these Aston Martins. Now 8-1 currently off the racetrack, going through Francorchamps. We're approximately 10 minutes away from the start of the driver's briefing. During that time, I will be restarting my game to attempt to install the skin pack again, as again I must have messed something up last time. I was trying to switch before they went back to the pit lane. Whoa. Big ol' slide there up on the outside curb of Puhan for Yannick Rumbach there. This is our pole sitters race car. So in the event that it is raining for the start of the race, they may want to try to get this figured out as fast as they can. Big ol' catch there for Yannick as he goes up over the Radion curb at the top of the hill. Definitely going to be a tricky moment in the wet. It's tricky in the dry even, and if you do mess it up, the car's going to be well off the racetrack. But in the wet, it's going to be just that much harder to really get figured out and settled down. Okay, so the driver briefing will now start to begin. I apologize for the silence there. Was dealing with stuff on the Discord. We will be going to a blank banner here on the stream for about the next 15 minutes, and we should be back with time. All right, so we just got to look at this menu for a temporary moment because I'm not able to join as a spectator. I have to be an admin for this round. So we'll just have to look at this for a temporary moment. And then we will regroup and get back in, get underway. Hey, Alex, welcome in. I'm going to go back to mute for just a moment.
Seconds. Going single file.
It is not letting me retire the car. No, I am the Ferrari that's currently sitting on the grid. But we're gonna have a server restart anyways. As that is what drivers are wanting at the moment. Apologies for the kind of delayed start on the stream here.
Green light, give it all you can.
Alrighty. Well, after a brief server reboot, I still don't, like, livery still didn't install correctly for all the race cars, which is unfortunate. I don't understand why. But for some of the cars, I will not have your livery. I apologize. But we are now gonna go ahead and get underway here. Hopefully everyone did get their driver swaps done. The race is dry now, or at least the session is dry at the moment, at least as far as I can see. Let's go investigate. It does look dry out here. I mean, so that is a step up, I would say, for the teams in comparison to the practice session last time, but we will see what the race start concurs. Look at Nightbot doing the plugging work for me. Be sure to subscribe to our YouTube. We're planning on uploading some videos more there. I mean, again, not entirely sure if it will be able to get done relatively soon, but we do plan on having videos uploaded for general tutorials, as well as trailers for possible future announcements will be uploaded to the YouTube channel. So if you're not already, be sure to head over there, subscribe. Also, again, as it says, our VODs are in full on there, because Twitch does like to delete VODs. That's just a thing it likes to do. So YouTube has them in full. So if you want to go watch our races in the past, go over to our YouTube. That will be the place to watch. And coming in clutch, plugging the Twitter and Instagram. Twitter is obviously where we will update all of our findings. We'll update all of our finishing orders there. We'll be sure to announce races there, everything like that. Twitter is the place to find us. So let's go ahead and get back on the camera here. Do be sure to follow us there if you are not already as well. Obviously, retweets and everything are appreciated. It helps spread the word for the GRG eSport races, and it helps get things bigger and better for everyone. 16-car grid here today, fortunately is bigger thanks to the team's agreement to shorten this race. It was originally going to be a 9-hour race, but the teams agreed upon shortening the race due to kind of overall lack of cars to fill the grid. It's an awkward time of the year for drivers and for teams, and so it definitely isn't the most ideal situation to be in, and to be able to have the teams split up a little bit and be more than willing to fluctuate the race into a shorter one is for sure appreciated by I think everyone, to be able to have a larger grid. So we hope to see some fun racing here with all these cars. Hopefully everyone keeps it clean. It is raining to start the race here. We're going to go into Eau Rouge 2x2 in the wet. Definitely going to be a fun race start. And Nightbot coming in with all the plugs. Yes, if you do wish to support us, the best way to do it directly is Patreon. There's the least fees for Patreon support. So if you are looking to try to support us, that is the best and most direct way to do it. Every bit that comes in goes directly back into making these races better, helping keeping the server alive, and overall just trying to keep the fun alive. Obviously, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can link it to your Twitch for free, and you can subscribe to any Twitch channel that you wish. with no extra charge to you. You can grant a tier 1 subscription, which is a $5 value to any Twitch streamer in which you follow. If you've not done that already and you have a Amazon Prime account, you may as well do it. Spend Amazon's money for them. In order to navigate through the menus, you use Shift and the arrow keys, is how you switch between vehicles. Because again, unfortunately, the broadcasting app for this game has decided to stop working for me, so I can no longer use it to go through the cars. Very frustrating. Very frustrating. I really am unhappy at the fact that that has stopped working. Alright, the time is up. The cars are on the grid. We should be getting rolling any moment now. Hopefully for the driver's sake, there is the automated formation lap, but there may not be, or guided formation lap. Yes, yeah, rain right out the gate. Does look as if the rain will be minimizing as it goes. It's currently just damp on the racetrack, so it's not incredibly wet. So it shouldn't be too sketchy off the start. However, could very well lend some issues. Man, again, Nightbot coming in heavy with the pings. I don't know why the cars aren't rolling as of right now. They should be going, I would think. Also, there is something going on my end. Stream delay shouldn't be too heavy, Alex. Just a couple of minutes, I would think. Why are the cars not rolling? I hope it's not bugged out on my end. Okay, so something's bugged out on my end then. Let's refresh this. I'm about to say, cars should be rolling. I just looked at the lap time there. It said 1 minute 19, so that confirmed to me that they were rolling. There was just something on my end that was not working for some reason. I don't know. Okay, cars are rolling now. That was a good quick reboot. We are coming through Blanchimont, so we caught that at the perfect timing here. Why are we already double file? Seems a bit early, but alright. Guess the game told him to double file already. So good catch. Thank you for pointing that out there, Alex. Man, I really wish that it had the liveries for all the cars. I don't know why the skin pack didn't work. That was a loud pop. I apologize. But yeah, I don't know why that the skin pack didn't work. But alas, it did not. Here come the cars going through the turn 1. However, it will be the final turn before the start line. And going down towards turn 1, we will spectate from the cam of P3 here. The lights are still red. We're waiting for them to go green. Go over to the broadcasting HUD for y'all. And the lights are out. Away we go. 2x2, they go down into turn 1. 3 wide towards the rear of the field. No one is off as of yet. Let's see everyone get through. Rowdy on perfect. Oh, there goes a car around. Into the wall is the 815 Ferrari, finding themselves just off the racetrack there for the NSIR team. I'll be back up to the front of the field. The 7 car still trying to run away with the front. Trying to keep it clean. Any dive bombs down into the inside. Around the outside going to Lexus here. Slow McLaren in the wet. The Lexus on the move. Not sure which team. The 208. Side by side. Here is that the 360, I do believe, on the inside of the 53. Trying to make a move here for P12 down the order. Big overrun here for the 124 Aston Martin. Zealous GT Racing here, really getting a good drive about a no-name. Off goes the 360 here in the wet through Puan. Now rejoin, almost makes contact with the Zealous GT Racing car. Up the field, 2x2 through the campus section here. This is not the best place to be side by side in the rain, but always is a good overtaking zone if you can get it done. Back up the field here, still bumper to bumper for the lead of the race. Just I just realized the fact that there is a mandatory pit that has been enabled for the race, which is a bit funny. Not quite sure why that got transferred over to this session, but obviously everyone will pit at least once, so I don't suspect it'll be too big of a problem. The 360 car off the tail end of the field. So yellow flag sectors there, but everyone is done past, so not a big problem as of now. Surprisingly, a quiet and clean lap 1. I'm very happy to see that. Everyone being nice to each other. Most of the teams will also appreciate no incidents on lap 1, apart from the 360 car having a bit of a off-track excursion. Yes, as Alex just pointed out in the chat, in 30 minutes we could see a dry racetrack. So definitely going to be an interesting, like a fun start, but an interesting tactic there, because it would still be early enough to make that 4-tire set mandatory become in question, because that would still leave with 4 more stops to the end if they do pit onto dry tires. But it'll be interesting to see how fast the track dries up afterward. This battle for the lead still brewing. Really close these cars are. Be at any corner you see a dive bomb for the lead. Oh, it's a big slide there from the 007 car. Not going to be enough of a slide to allow Max Leinart here for TSE to reel him in. Still going to maintain a gap. We're going to go down the field here. In the middle, we have Connor Martin here trying to make a move on Randy, our Randy. Oh, off goes the TSE car. Daniel Zlatnik finding the inside wall off a no-name. Yellow flags are out on this sector. See if he can get that car right and back. No, back in the wall again. Oh, and the 124 is around, facing backwards on the racetrack. Way to get it off of the racing line there at least. Looks like some front end damage for this car as well. The rain catching people out here in the first couple laps. We're going to jump back up to this battle for the lead here. Closest action on the racetrack at the moment between Yannick Rambach and Max Leinart. Very much regulars here for the series. These two are always towards the top of the grid, especially obviously the 007 car is traditionally the dominant car on the grid. But Max Leinard and the TSE team, they've been making really good strides as of lately, with good finishes in the last 4 or 5 endurance races that they have intended for us. Off the racetrack there for Leinard. It's going to hurt his run down the straightaway here because he had to lift in order to not get a track cut. I would have imagined. Gonna peek up the inside, maybe. Nope, I liked him to back out wisely, in my opinion. Let's scoop up the tail end of the field here. We have the Ferrari that went around on lap 1 at the top of Radion, now trying to chase back and reel in positions once again with Inception Racing. I do believe this is a newcomer to our grid. I do not recognize the name of the team or the driver, so always nice to see new drivers make their way to our races, and hopefully this will be a good first impression for them to want to stick around some more. The 414 McLaren for Randy now on the pit lane. Surprised to see a car going in that early. Really got to question what happened there to cause that one. All over the back of this McLaren is the big old BMW. You know the McLaren's just scared seeing that grille filling up its mirrors. Those headlights are wider and bigger than the entirety of the McLaren, so at a certain point, the intimidation factor of driving the big car might be a worthwhile excursion, even if it is slightly slower in terms of overall pace. But the BMW here, not a popular choice, but a good choice in my opinion. We always see it be competitive whenever it does arrive. Diving up the inside here into the hairpin. Almost looked as if it caught out the 777 there of Eric Moich, who kind of seemed a bit scared to turn in, going down into the hairpin. Began to turn in, then noticed that Christian made that dive and elected to back out of it at the last second. Still a close battle here for the lead. Max Leinard just all over the bumper of Yannick's Aston Martin. The car seems maybe a bit better set up for the wet here on Max's part. Just really not having to push that hard in comparison to Yannick, at least in terms of over driving the car. Yannick definitely having the car slide out a lot here at the beginning of this race. Well, now our Randy is officially the only car to have served the mandatory pit to this moment, but obviously that not necessary. Oh, off the racetrack here for the 815, possibly a bit of sliding under braking there and moving their way off of the racetrack. Now I gotta try to reclaw back positions here. Yeah, exactly, Alex. I agree. If someone can manage to do the full 6 hours without pitting, then, I mean, they don't deserve the DQ, but they're going to be last place anyways because they sat parked for 6 hours. Ooh, is this a dive bomb up front? We're within range. Could see it down into turn 1. Here comes Max Leinard, going to go around the outside as Yannick defends to the middle of the racetrack. Try to do a switchback run. Ooh, a little bit of bumper-to-bumper contact there for the lead. Yellow flags are out on the racetrack. Someone is around towards the rear. The 414 off of the racetrack. Randy, who just came out of the pit lane, has found their way off on the back half of the racetrack. And they are trying to push every little inch out of those curbs there. It's really risky in the wet. Max once again going to look up the inside down into Les Combs. Not going to get that one done though. But that definitely compromised Yannick's run. Peeking around the outside. Make sure to leave room. Going to get the over speed on exit of Les Combs. Down into Bruxelles. Going to get that move done for the lead. Fantastic move by Max Leonard there, setting that one up. Does appear to be the faster car at the moment. Again, Yannick seems to really have to be just wheeling that car around in order to get it to just stay on the racetrack here in the night, in the wet, cold racetrack. Really trying to get that one working, which, I mean, honestly, it really isn't even that cold of a racetrack at the moment, which is kind of something that's worth noting. It's the fact that it's 25 degrees Celsius on the racetrack while it's wet, while it's dark. This track could get really, really hot come daytime. Come dry time, daytime, this track could be really hot. Yeah, definitely the 6th gear and full on fuel saving could get you somewhere, but it's not going to get you 6 hours. It'll get you maybe an hour and a half, hour 45 minutes. But again, you'd just be so slow, it wouldn't be anywhere near worth it. Ooh, that is a car slow. The 333 Inception Racing. They seem to find their way off the exit of No Name there. As we have two cars racing side by side here, the 2Cs Motorsport and Zealous GT Racing through the campus section. The Aston Martin just seems to have a ton of front end grip right now in the wet. This is the tight bunch. Oh, the 53 with a bad final chicane. That's going to allow two cars through there, jumping up into P9 and 10. It's going to fall them down to 11. They're going to slot in now in that BMW. Man, watching these cars use up every little inch of the racetrack. Whoa! That is a slow car. 124. What's going on here? Car's coming to a halt. What a bizarre moment here for the Zealous GT racing car. What exactly happened there? I mean, I gotta assume maybe some sort of wheel or pedal mount coming loose. Man, I don't know what on earth could have happened there, but car was just extremely slow suddenly down the straightaway and had to come to a halt, but now seems to be operating just fine. Once again, wow, that was scary there for a second. It was a nice job there to avoid it by the overtaking cars. I don't think there were yellow flags on the circuit at that time, so really not a big deal there to be side by side. Nothing worth looking at or reviewing, I don't think. But yeah, wow, that was a sketchy moment there. Now we are looking at Daniel Zlatnik here trying to get a move done on the 10 machine here. Gotta get that one done like no problem. Way off the racetrack there though. That's gonna use a track extension cut. Man, very early on to be using these. Side by side, the 22, Christian Camprager and Andrew Shaw here, racing for that 4th position. Gonna get the move done, or at least complete the defense by Christian Camprager. Wow, I cannot speak today. Gonna be able to keep that spot in the folds, but Shaw here gonna try to be back under attack relatively soon, I imagine. While we're at night here, I do want to go to a little bit of onboard shots and just watch as these cars race each other through the darkness, through the wet. I do want to watch some onboards here. Hey, I was muted there for a little bit, just trying to keep on this action, but I have gotten the test client to work. Let's go. We can watch onboards and we can just hot click through cars now. Fantastic. Super duper happy to have that working once again. I don't know why it wasn't working, but now it is. Let's go. Whoa, that's a big old slide there through what looked like a puddle. For Daniel going through Blanchamont, just seemed to turn in maybe a little bit early. Not quite sure what happened there, but the car went around really, really well. That looks like a move done there by the 1-2-4. They're going to sneak their way up a position there through the hairpin. Just missed that dive bomb. Happened. I mean, it's just call it a dive bomb, not necessarily a dive bomb, but a pass up the inside going through the chicane. Sun should start to be rising here momentarily, but of course with cloud cover, it's not quite going to be visible. Oh, that's an off track there for the 53. That's going to allow Daniel to try to get the move around the outside done, as they had to drag the brake to avoid a slowdown or a track cut warning. And through will go the Team Stanley Esports car into P9, the Aston Martin. Battle up front here. The gap has grown to just over 3 seconds here between P1 and P2. Max Lawnard here putting in good laps, trying to bridge out to Yannick Rumbach. It's nice to see someone else leading these races for once. Sorry, Yannick. But it is nice to see someone else in the lead of these races. We're going to skip back down here. Watch this battle. This is the closest action on the racetrack at the moment. Yep, approximately 10 minutes till the rain stops. I would say it'll probably be about 20 minutes until the track is dry. So this should not be too much of a problem here for the teams in terms of the strategy of wets versus dry tires. But it might just play into being interesting here. Randy here is just not having a good day for the Megane Motive racing car here. This McLaren just been struggling in this first stint. They were not prepared for the rain at all. Oh, has it now? Slick Tires Optimum has already been declared despite the fact it's still raining. And that's going to pull out some interesting strategies here right out the gate as to see who will make that first jump onto the soft tires. Now, if you make this jump early here, about 30 minutes into this race, in the event that the race stays dry for the remainder of the race, you will still need to double stint that set. It will have to run that extra 30 minutes because it'll bring you off cycle. So you would need to double stint that set for 20 to 30 minutes extra than normal. And for a lot of people, that's not something that they're used to within ACC. Most people, you're used to having that just new tires every time, no matter what, because there's no extra time to taking tires, right? If you're going to take fuel, you're going to take tires. It's 30 seconds no matter what. And most servers allow for an unlimited tire set. But with us in this race in particular, we've elected for 4 tire sets as the limit. And so you will have to stint that extra tire. And for the cars that ran in practice there, that 10-minute practice session where it was dry, we watched, was it the 36 or the 360? I believe it was one of those two cars. We watched them go up Eau Rouge and Radion and spin at the top of the hill. Like, that flat spotted that set of tires, I guarantee it. So whenever they go, if they have to end up switching to that set in the race here, they will be driving on that flat spotted worn set of tires. So that will create an interesting dynamic here. Having those limited tire sets definitely adds to the strategy that is at play by these teams, which we already try to increase by not having stint limits. Obviously, with most racing series and most races, you have a 65-minute stint limit, because that's just about standard, right? That's what they run in real life. They try to limit any advantage that cars could have based on on the fuel tank. Oh, this is gonna be way wide, just barely avoiding that tire wall there for Theo. Nice job there to not hit it. That's gonna allow the 124 to come through now. Up into 10th position for the Zealous GT racing car after being backwards on the racetrack just not too long ago. It's been a decent recovery for them, jumping up 3 spots since the spin. But yeah, trying to have that strategy of being able to take the cars longer on fuel and such adds a little bit more of a dynamic into the racing here, I feel, and definitely makes it more of a strategy game than anything, which adds to the fun of the racing, I do believe. In comes the 36 car. Are they going to try to be the first ones onto that dry tire set here? The rain is still falling. Note this. It is not a dry racetrack by any means. It is going to be interesting to see. I have to imagine. Let's go to what's should be able to see. Yeah, I mean, it already shows them on the dry tire set actually, which I feel is not correct. Like, surely they're not already on a dry tire set. Yeah, wait, it shows everyone on a dry tire set. This game is annoying. I wish it would show that. I just want to know if someone's on dries or wet. Make that a feature of the broadcasting HUD or something. Here they are stopping on the pit wall. We're going to keep an eye out on that. Ooh, what just happened there? Did we just go into a replay? That was a little bit confusing. Not quite sure what just happened there. Alright, rolling we are here in the Bytown 360 car. Does still show them as on that dry set 1, but we should be able to zoom in down here and see that does appear to be a slick tire set if we look at it from this camera angle. If we go and we switch into another car here and we look in, I mean, I guess that looks like a dry tire set too. Huh. It's really hard to tell, actually. I wish that there was a more distinctive way to be able to see what tire cars were on. It would just definitely be more enjoyable that way. In the booth now is Daniel Bilal, if I remember correctly is your last name. Sorry. I don't know how to pronounce it.
I go by Alex. Hello.
Oh, okay. Hi. Welcome in. Um. So one of the, I believe you are one of the drivers with 360, correct?
For Visk.
Yeah. So they are confirming that we do have dry tires for the 36 car. As much as I assumed that was the case.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really know how to look at pace, but if I look at them, they don't. Let's look at to see if they're sliding around.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see, and we're gonna have to let them run this lap here.
Let's just see if they're kind of slippery or not, in my opinion. But yeah.
Well, this is gonna be the lap to find out right here. Their personal best is a 2:28. The leaders are currently running right about that same pace, 2:27, 2:28. So now starting the hot lap here on the dries is Christian McKeskey here in the Bytown 360 car. Gonna try to set as good of a lap as they can here. Looks to just be losing time, at least based on the sector splits. Currently 2 seconds down just in sector 1, which is mostly top speed related. So the rain has officially stopped now, though, so these tires will only come into get better, as we actually see the 360 car now coming in to also probably swap on the dries, and we have the 414 as well. Both those cars obviously down the grid, but have now found their way into the pit lane and possibly to try to work their way up. There we go. Off the racetrack, actually, as we're about to jump and watch this fight. The 981 stuck in the gravel here, trying to regain back onto the racetrack. We were just about to go and watch that fight, and the 208 is around as well, going down into the chicane, the bus stop at the end of the lap here. Trying to keep an eye out for the 36 car who's coming their way down through Francorchamps at the moment. Ooh, that's a big understeer moment there through Francorchamps. So I would say that the dry tires still are not quite optimal, unless if you can stay on the racing line. We'll see what this lap is here by Christian. That was a 2:31, so that was 3 seconds slower in comparison to their personal best lap. But we'll see if maybe now that there's some temp in the tires, maybe they could get a little bit better. They also now, of course, have feeling for where the tires are at. So maybe we can be a little bit more confident this time around. You can definitely see that there is a dry groove forming on the racetrack. Oh, that's a big slide off there. That's going to use one of those track cut warnings for the 36 machine. 981 now onto the pit lane as well. Going to be coming in to put on dries, I would assume. Anyone who's pitting at this kind of time, you're looking to try to get onto the dries. Ooh, struggling here is the 360 on the dry tires, just coming out of the pit lane. Struggling to keep the car on the racetrack there. Now have the Bytown 360 cars in line. The 22 has now entered. That's our highest runner to have pit yet. We're running P4 at the time of entry. You're still in P4 at the moment. But our first of the top 5 to hit the pit lane. 36 cars still struggling for grip at the moment.
36 car was the first of the top 5 to pit. Was third one pitting.
Oh, all right, were they? All right. I did not catch that. So I guess that's where we could expect to see Shaw fall down. But that would also, seeing where that 22 machine does come out, that would be that would kind of tell us whether or not this undercut has worked out for the 36 car. Well, I've yet to see the 22 come to a stop on the pit lane. So we're waiting for them to begin the service. There they are stopping now. Within a full 30-second service to be performed. I do believe that they will come out just in front of this 360 car, but I'm not sure how far ahead. I mean, it could be behind. I really don't know. It's going to be really close, it looks like. It'll all depend on whether or not there's damage to repair on either of these cars. Jump up to the 22 machine here. See if we can catch it rolling by. There it goes, starting to roll up the hill. And 36 car is just coming down now. There they are, side by side up at the top of the hill. Just going to get the position is the 360 car. So that will net them back into 4th position once everyone else pits currently. There was another 230 set there that last time around for Christian. So once again, just car taking a couple laps to try to get up to temp. Greasy is now the track condition, so we're still waiting on that dry condition for these cars to see if they can't get themselves underway.
So man, all I can say is that this is probably going to be the hardest part of the race, because there are some people on wet, some people on dries, and the track condition is in a very iffy spot. If you know what I mean.
Yes.
Because it's not all dry, it's not all wet. So if you do end up going offline to pass somebody or to lap somebody, then you have a far greater chance of making a mistake, and that's kind of what I see as the main challenge, is passing, on track passing. As the 36 comes up on the
172 is now rolling. Not to interrupt you here, but our two leaders had pit, and the 172 appearing to get really clean out of the pit lane is going to try to bridge a larger gap. It was 6 seconds as they crossed the line into the pit lane, and the gap seems like it might be more of 10 seconds now. So gaining some time, possibly Max Leinard in the pit stop. We now gotta wait on the 46 car to get rolling. Where is our 36 team here? The first team to jump onto the dries. Where are we at? Coming up out of the hairpin. So it looks like as if we're gonna see them come out into, again, that net 4th. But with tires up to temp, they might be able to jump the 46 here relatively soon. But obviously Christian also having to deal with cars that have not pit yet, such as that 10 machine there of 2C's Motorsport. There's your gap. Looks about 5 seconds, 3 seconds actually. Looks like it's closing as they come down the straightaway. Yep, there it is. 2.9 seconds there, the gap. So again, with the already warm tires, Christian might be able to reel that time in and maybe jump up into P3 as there's a driver swap for the 46 team there after just 40 minutes. They're going to be going over to Pierce Stockton in the car now. Also a swap for the 172 as well, actually. So I just realized that. The Team Snail Esports cars both getting their drivers out after the one wet stint to go into this dry stint here. Michael Loeffler now with the hands of the leading machine. 7 seconds the gap. Whoa, way off the racetrack there. Let's try to find that. Oh, and there's contact. As way off the racetrack going through Blanchimont was the 208. Wreck just in front of our leaders there, the 7 car. Let's back this one up and rewatch this. That's way, way wide. Rejoin, and just sloppy rejoin, I would say, by the 981 machine.
That is definitely on the acid right there.
Yep, if you go off the racetrack, you can't just expect to have room to rejoin that quickly. I mean, obviously that's a rough position to be in, but at the end of the day, you were the one that went off track on your own. So yeah, definitely it's on you to also rejoin cleanly. Man, sloppy incident there. Unfortunate to see for that team. So I'll have to. I don't. You know what? I just realized I think I forgot to. Enter in as an admin for this, so I don't actually have the ability to apply penalties at the moment.
Oh boy.
So I am gonna actually have to reload into the server just quickly.
I'll stop up the screen share real quick.
In order to do that.
There you go. Sorry that my HUD is a bit messed up. It's just the way that I like it. Kind of reverse, but there you go. You can put the screen share on screen. That's a full 1080p screen share, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, yeah. We have.
Hopefully me joining as an admin does not cause too much of a screen freeze here for people.
The screen share up if you need it.
Alright, I am back in now. Let's go ahead and get back to spectating.
Of this. Jeeps, man. Okay, so we have.
Alright, we are back in to the stream here. I do believe that was lap 15 regarding that incident.
Yes. I'm gonna give that a definite, solid maybe. So we have the Ferraris going quite quickly, definitely picking up the pace as we have. I saw somebody going slow. think we might see what 208 has to say about that. As we have something. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Yeah, we might have the 208 saying something in a bit. But make sure that nothing is going on.
Ready. Return. Effing. Step away.
All good. Sorry for my quietness. I don't really know how to commentate.
Expected to be here entirely alone today, so.
Oh, sorry about this, but like maybe in the within the next 2 hours, I have to go for an hour to go to the pool store.
That's fine.
As I need some chlorine. But other than that, I'm all good.
That is all fine.
So we have a battle going on between, it's not a battle, it's the 333 trying to get by the 360 car, which is...
Trying to overlap the 360 car.
Now, he seems to be having issues.
Are they still out on wet tires? I will. The track is definitely dry now. So the fact that we still see
333 is
four teams. Yeah, the fact that we still see 4 teams yet to pit is honestly quite amazing. I don't know why you would still be out there on your wet tires unless they started on dries, but again, the track was wet. I don't know why you would start on dries. So I'm really curious as to what exactly is happening here. I mean, did some teams start on dries, Max? That would be That would be a bold strategy choice to start on dries, and I entirely respect it. That would also explain why we saw, well, let's see, the 4 cars that have yet to pit have all been off the racetrack. So I guess that would explain that one a little bit better, is that they started on dries. That would make sense why they struggled off the start. Wow, that is a very good job, though, to be out there on dry tires in that rain. But now you're having to wonder, though, I mean,
tires cooked.
yeah, it really probably would. It would have been worth it, to just run that wet set just to eliminate the strategy of having to double stint a set. Obviously, you're not going to double stint the set that you just ran in the wet, but
I don't know what kind of penalty that the 981 would receive. You know what? I think that honestly, maybe a drive-through. If I'm honest, I have no idea what penalties are like.
Yeah, so I'm kind of
Sorry,
going
I'm just
over it
reading
in my
chat.
head at the moment, which is why we're a bit slow with that. But it's probably going to be a 15-second penalty because it was unsafe, rejoined, and unnecessary contact.
There you go.
I'm going to attempt to avoid drive-throughs as much as possible here because it's Spa and this pit lane is like 2 minutes long.
Well, that's why. I mean, that's why I was gonna say a 15-second stop or 15-second stop and go would be like would be anything on a track like Zolder. A drive-through would be equivalent, in my opinion. But
Yeah.
I mean, I'm really not sure though, to be honest. It does take forever. It takes a literal eternity.
Okay, now I now have to figure out how to award penalties. I've never had to do the admin part of the series before. I'm not exactly sure how to award penalties, to be honest with you. Okay, here we go. I got it. So we have it pinned. We have a message for it. I just had to find it. Adds 15 seconds to a given car. Okay, so that we got to change HUD right quick so I can see what I'm typing. 981. Go, and then back over to the broadcasting HUD. So a 15-second penalty has been added to car 981 for unsafe rejoin in which caused avoidable contact. Hey, once again, Nightbot coming with the clutch plugs. 1 hour into the race here. Again, if you have Amazon Prime and you'd like to use it, the way, or you have not used your Twitch Prime sub, link your Amazon Prime to your Twitch, and you can basically spend $5 of Amazon's money to whatever streamer that you see fit to support.
I should do that. I just got Amazon Prime.
Yeah, it's basically a free benefit. You know, if you have Prime, then you may as well get your free Twitch sub. Because it's essentially free money. As my microphone just came unhinged.
Weird.
Apologies for the
that sounds
slight abrasive noises there. My microphone literally just fell out of its socket.
Sounds like ACC menu, like when you move around in the menu. Audio. That's what that sounded like. Anyways, but yeah, Pretty much race recap. 1 hour in. All I can say is that the leaders pretty much just ran away with it at the start and have been going at it ever since. With the 172 now having pulled a 15-second gap on the 7, and then we have the 36 car, one of two 360 Motorsports cars running. What's that? Around 40 seconds behind the lead, and
50 even.
50. Oh, okay. Because that's math. As we have the 333 coming into the pits for their stop, right now, and yeah, everything has been going good. We've had one real incident between the 208 and the 981, resulting in the 981 having a 15-second penalty. But other than that, it's been just smooth sailing. So, yeah.
Yeah, everything has been pretty good, all things considered, especially with some cars on dries, some on wets to start off the race without awkward conditions for the first 30 minutes. I would definitely say it's been a pretty good start to the race. I mean, you're starting to get to a point now where you can almost see a sun start to show up, which is very cool. Is that you that's getting the Steam notifications? Or why do I keep on hearing what sounds like Steam notifications, but I can't find out where they're coming from? It's like, I hate whenever I hear a noise. I don't know where it comes from.
You can't hear what I hear though. Or at least I'm pretty sure you can. That would be annoying.
We have a battle for position? Nope, not quite. I thought that was going to be the 46 car just following behind, but it is not. It's the 815 Ferrari.
We have the 333 finally coming out of the pits onto new rubber, and so they will be pretty quick. We'll have to watch them. Let's take a look at some of the rest of the field and not focus on one car. ACC.
On the bottom field here, it seems like Randy's starting to get the car a little bit better now, in comparison to where we were just about 20 minutes ago in the wet. The car was just not having any grip with the McLaren, but now definitely seems to be a bit more on the track. So that's good to see getting underway there. We currently have the 815 here of Lindsey Hans in the middle of the sandwich for the fight of P4. 3.7 seconds separating Pierre Stockton and Andrew Shaw. And of course, this Ferrari in the middle as well. Blue flags not mandatory within sports car racing, and here in the GRG esports events, you are not required to get out of the way by any means. If you are a car that's a lap down. However, it is obviously appreciated by the drivers ahead if you don't fight them or get in their way all that much. I'm going to go ahead and put it in the chat right quick. Ooh, that's the wrong button.
While you're doing that, quick thing that I wanted to mention that I heard about from somebody that I know. There's a McLaren program that's going on right now that if you buy a McLaren in Canada, apparently that you can get certain perks that allow you to drive a McLaren GT3 car at Watkins Glen.
I mean, that's pretty sweet.
Which is weird. That is quite sweet.
Like, if there's a time to buy a McLaren, if you just have a few $100,000 laying around, now's the time to do it, I suppose. 815 there, missing the final chicane is going to make easy work for Pierre Stockton to get by. I'm sure that's probably a best case scenario there for Piers with absolutely no hindrance in the overtaking of the lap down car. But yeah, definitely, if you have a couple $100,000 laying around and you want to buy a McLaren, I mean, now's the time to do it, because you get to go get in a GT3 car, I guess. That's
Why the GT3 car in the first place, if I'm honest?
I mean, yeah, then you also need sanctioning events and all that type of stuff too.
Oh, you don't?
I mean, you can't just take it, you just can't drive it on a closed circuit. Ooh, the 815 now around at the top of Radion, facing backwards here, trying to get on the racetrack. They need to get it sorted quickly. You got the 53 coming. They are pointed the right direction, staying off to the right, letting the 53 get by. Nicely done there. Keeping out of everyone's way.
His eyes on the 53. I think by that point, those tires must be absolutely cooked. Also, they must be quite low on fuel.
Well, I know that with the 53 there, so the BMW can run about 70 minutes on a tank of fuel here at Spa. Due to the fact that Spa is a very much of a fast racetrack, in terms of average speed, it, for whatever reason, within ACC burns less fuel. I don't know exactly how ACC registers its fuel burn, but basically the higher your average speed is, the less fuel you burn. Weirdly. But, yeah, so we should be able to see 65, 70 minutes out of these cars, no problem. I would say out of the Aston Martin, the BMW, and the Lexus. The Ferrari and the McLaren should be more around that 65-minute mark in terms of the length that they can run. So we should be seeing the 10 car in any moment, but the 53 here should be able to go another 7 or 8 minutes, I'd say. I mean, the tires, I think the biggest problem you're going to have with them is maybe underinflation and then now overinflation, so like a blistering effect going on because of the fact that they ran so cold for so long in the wet, and then now you're going to have them where now they're going to overinflate and be hot, so we could see kind of a blistering effect with those tires. The only thing I could think of that would really hurt them here. Otherwise, they might actually be a nicer set of tires than traditionally.
And they've been doing quite well, being still on the pace. I don't know if the track is still getting up to temperature or not, but
We're starting to see 220s be set now. Both Michael Loeffler and Stefan Kui at the front of the grid have both set 220s as their fastest lap times. Only cars to reach that 220 mark, though. Obviously, like our fastest laps that we're going to see done should be in the 218 region. 218, 219. But yeah, definitely the track, I'd say, is still coming up to temps. It's currently 26 degrees Celsius on the track temps. This game is kind of weird whenever it comes to the way that it handles track temps, I've noticed. It seems to just kind of have it as a value rather than it really matter based on, you know, cars that are on the racetrack or what the weather is or whatever. It just kind of doesn't matter. The track temps kind of just find their groove and just go with it no matter what. Something else I found really funny about ACC is, so if you look at the wind, it is currently 0 kilometers per hour as a tailwind on our car right now. Yet if you look at the flags that are at turn 1, let's go find the 36 car here. So again, we're going to be seeing a tailwind as we come up out of turn 1, and it'll be following the car down towards Eau Rouge and Radion. But look at the flags down the straightaway. They are all blowing to the right, and they are blowing heavily as if it's a 15 kilometer per hour wind that should be a headwind. I've just found that really funny, the fact that the flags don't move no matter what. They were always in the exact same locked blowing animation no matter what the wind is, which is kind of just visually annoying for me. Even games like Project Cars 2 had the moving flags, and it just kind of bothers me, the fact that ACC does not feature that. So we could see a pass here down to turn 1. Chris Burning gonna look up the inside. These are again the only two cars yet to pit on the racetrack. So, I mean, it's kind of an unofficial 6th place at the moment because we should see them dip down in the next 5-ish minutes.
McLaren looking for it, but not actually going for it. Might go for it here. It looks like, yeah, they're side by side down the Kemmel Straight.
There was an overtake there towards the tail end of the field. The 333 jumping the 981 for 12th position. That's going to get it done there, though. Chris Burning through into unofficial P6 at the moment. Now going to have to really try to put in some good laps, maybe bridge out a gap before they come into the pit lane here.
Also, I'm sorry, I just say Andy a lot.
This has to be one of my favorite cameras in the game, is this onboard that looks over the rear wing. I don't know why, but I just absolutely love the perspective that it gives on the racetrack.
Another thing I found actually with ACC is I'm quite sure that we have wing movements depending on wing position.
Is that the case? Like the 360 here unlapping themselves. Let me change the camera game, please. Yes? There it goes. A move of unlapping themselves there for the 360 machine. It's now going to bring the 777 DSRT machine here to try to overtake the Team Snail Esports BMW. Under fire from the Aston Martins. Surely you want to get off of these tires relatively soon if you are that Team Snail Esports car. I would imagine for this team that you don't want to be stuck losing time every lap here. I mean, they're setting 227s currently, slowest car on the racetrack by a dramatic amount. I mean, again, you see the leaders up here running 220s, 222s. For Shaw, you have 221 just behind for the 124 car. And then meanwhile, again, these guys are running, 225, 227s between the 10 and the 53. So, I mean, those tires are done. There's just no more give in these cars. As I was talking there, the 777 DSRT car goes ahead and makes a jump around the outside. Gets up the inside, I should say, makes the move done on that 53 car. Now we have the 360 attacking the 10. I mean, again, just showing how much slower you are on these worn tires. Surely you don't want to go too much longer. There comes the McLaren. We'll see here. Does the Team Snail Esports car follow? No, they do not. So, again, staying out is Theo Seams. But in Is Chris burning? I think at this point that's what you got to do. I think that you need to get off of these tires. They're just too far gone. Not worth running those types of lap times. We have Pierce Stockton here in the 46 car. Again, I hate the fact that I don't not get the skin pack properly installed. But we have Pierce Stockton running down Andrew Shaw, going to attempt to jump a spot there. We still have yet to see Taylor Williams get in the 22 car, who, at least in a general consensus, is the slower of the two drivers. So we could see that car possibly fall down the grid relatively soon. So I imagine they want to try to keep every position that they can while they can. The 777 car has now jumped in front of the 360, which was that car that was unlapping themselves earlier. So the 777 was showing really good pace on the mid-pack in comparison to the rest of the field at the moment. Well, as we've just crossed over the hour mark in this race, we're going to take a short break and be back in just a bit. Going to try to rest the throat a little bit, go get some water. I advise you guys do the same. I'll see you all very shortly. And we are back. As we're watching on board right now, the 46 car are going to be trying to make a move on Shaw. Here's Stockton. Going to look now to the outside, goes defensive and trying to get the camera. Please stand by. Shift the camera game, please. There we go. Well, wait. There we go.
How is this? It's the 124, or is it the 46?
This is the 46 car trying to get an overtake on the 22.
The 53 has just gotten out of the pits.
That was our last car to hit the pit stops.
Except for you, apparently. Nah, don't worry. And we continue to watch the race as I look at accessories.
Trying to make a move. Possibly down here under the braking zone. Pierce Stockton gonna be looking for it. Using up all the runoff to try to get every little bit of speed that he can down into the braking zone. Not quite gonna get there. I sneak in just behind Andrew Shaw once again. Back onto the pit lane now, the 360 and the 815. It seems a little bit early. It's only been about 50 minutes since they made their first pit stop, so surely that's early, I would imagine, for a pit stop to occur for those teams.
That's going to be a cut track. 46.
Gonna be setting up the overtake here down the inside. Gonna sneak his way by, but as you mentioned, it may have been a cut track. It might be worth going back and re-watching that overtake here, seeing if possibly it was an off track for it. Why are we watching this car? Here we go. I mean, yeah, that was all four tires off the curb. It's going to be a return of position there, I think, for the 46 car.
Can I do it? I'm sorry. I said, can I do it? As a joke.
Oh, I mean, you should be able to type in the chat if you want in the game.
Yeah, if I can see the chat. Yeah, I'm not.
Push enter.
Enter. Right, there we are. Okay, so 46.
Car 40%. Car 46. Return position to 22.
Okay, so enter. Car 46. Return. Oh. For some reason. I can't put spaces for whatever reason. Ah, right, because my space button is something else. You go ahead and do it. I'll do it some other time.
Okay.
I have something mapped to my space bar.
The 53 car is off the racetrack at the top of Radion.
Stopped. So that would be very weird.
They're now going once again, but possibly a spin.
Starts to attack the 36. Yes, that is correct.
Or have not returned the position.
No, it's the 360.
Yeah, they still have not returned that position.
Correct. I'll keep an eye on them. He's lapped the 360, but doesn't seem to be dropping any pace whatsoever.
Oh, there's a car around at the top of the hill.
Yeah, that's
the 815 Ferrari. Lindsey Hans here, rejoining back on the racetrack. That car looks to be injured slightly, just kind of limping its way along at the moment. Staying to the left side of the racetrack here for the faster cars coming by. Alright, Piers is slowing down now to let Shaw by at Bruxelles. Alright, that is penalty served for that overtake. Now we're going to try to get back here on Shaw with the Bytown 360 car in the way, trying to use the black traffic as a pick. We also have a battle here for 9th on the racetrack between the 10 and the 124 machines. The cars both have seen their way up and down the grid. The Zealous GT Racing obviously had the early spin, which put them backwards on the racetrack quite early on. Here we go once again. Pierce Stockton going to try to make an overtake, possibly under braking. Late on the move, but gonna get it done through on Shaw.
I might come back on him there. Nah, he doesn't have the
Back under attack. Shaw with a really good exit in the Ferrari. Maybe peeking around the outside. Now I'm gonna try to go for that undercut. Switch back. Not quite gonna be able to get there. Not gonna really have the run down before Eau Rouge. Maybe we'll have a chance.
He seems a bit slippery. There.
Now if we go back down the grid here towards the 10, through goes the 124 prior to Eau Rouge, getting that move done. Now way off the racetrack though to defend the position. And the 10 has to go wide to avoid making contact. Wow, that was a kind of a sketchy moment there for both of those race cars. Obviously, not really going to be a penalty for any overtake or defending there, because both were just making evasive action by going off the racetrack. That's perfectly legal. Fair play to both of them now. Going to try to re-attack Just sneaking around behind the McLaren at the moment. Could be able to get a move done relatively soon, maybe down the back straightaway here. That Aston Martin's obviously quicker than the McLaren, but is it quicker at the right places is where the question is begged. Oh, and off goes the 10. Curb hop in there. The 124 taking evasive action there, letting the steering back out in order to not run over a friendly number 10 car there. Great bit of battling between these two cars. Up all the racetrack there. Don Fox to the right, contact just a little bit. Gets back in line. That was such a tight squeeze. Could be argued unquestionable defending there by the 10. Not quite sure if the gap was ever there though to begin with. And through goes the 124 up Puon. Now through into P9, Don Fox really going to try to get that Aston Martin to bridge out a bigger gap now as soon as possible. I would imagine. Really not too much close racing on the track at the moment. Everyone's kind of been spread themselves out. The gap for the lead just continues to grow, now up to 17 seconds. At one point it was as small as 3 seconds. So Michael Loeffler really just putting in a really good stint, consistently running low 221s and high 220s, just really just putting in good, consistent, fast laps here on the racetrack. Obviously, it still doesn't have the ideal sense of grip out there, it would seem, but for the conditions and everything like that, this car is definitely flying right now. I'm hop back on board here with 10 two-seat motorsport car. Can't be done here. Once again down the just long drafting straight. It is the Blanchimont section down here.
It's been great, but I think I have to go for a while. I'll come back later, hopefully in about 45 minutes. Sorry to leave you, but I gotta go.
It's all good. Thank you for hanging out while you were able to be here. I appreciate the help.
You're welcome.
To any team managers who are out there, or any drivers who are currently watching the stream, y'all are welcome, by the way, as always. Come and join and hang out in the commentator's booth with me for a little bit. Give us a little bit of insight as to what's happening on the racetrack and how that the first stint went there, realistically speaking. I mean, it was a very dramatic moment to have watched, so I think that most of us will be very intrigued to see a driver's perspective as to what was going on there on the racetrack, especially for any of those cars who elected to go with the dry tire on that first stint. Would definitely be excited to hear some strategy or discussion as to how the track evolved with that dry tire on the wet track. We are at an hour and 40 minutes into this race, and we're seeing now the 985 returning back to the pit lane. Again, these cars that are pitting at this time mark, it's a bit confusing. But again, this might have been one of those cars that went straight on those dry tires early, which helps that make a little bit more sense. We're also seeing the 36 car. Again, that was one of those cars that jumped onto the dry tire set early, now finding their way down the pit lane. So I guess maybe this is just one of those times of we're going to see a few cars that are just going to be off sequence for the majority of this race. bit of an off track there for the 10 car we're riding on board with. Man, the track limits are just going to be really, really rough today. It's just going to kind of be the general theme of things. It's just got to be really careful with what you're doing. You see the 414 obviously coming back onto the pit lane. That car's just really not had their day today. Rough start to finish all the way for them so far. Hello, welcome in there, Cracker. Currently Team GRG is made up of me, myself, and I. Yep, I'm just trying to rest my throat, relax, and try to get through the full 6 hours here for what I can. The SRT, yeah, they're currently, you guys are running up in the P5 position. Been kind of just an uneventful day for you guys for the most part, which isn't a bad thing. It's been very much just chilling on your own pace, on your own track, trying to go and get it done. Yeah, so you guys just went 1 lap down to the overall leader of the race, which Michael Loeffler has just been putting in a mega stint here. This 172 car is hooked up today. They were fast in the first stint and they're fast now in the second stint, so that team has just been really, really good. But the DSRT team has been very consistent, clean, and close. Our only penalty to have been awarded so far today, well, actually we've had 2. We had the unsafe rejoin, which led to avoidable contact for the 918 car, who currently has that 15-second penalty awarded to them, and then we had a give back penalty awarded to the 46 team for overtaking the 22 at Les Combes after extending the racetrack at Eau Rouge and Radion to get an overspeed just a little bit. I mean, I wouldn't say that the 7 is off of their game per se. Currently running with about a 1-minute gap to the 46 team in Pierre Stockton. However, there's just a 20-second gap to Michael Loeffler in the 172. So Yannick and Stefan here in the first couple stints have just, it's not necessarily that they've been off their game, it's more so just the fact that Michael Loeffler and Max Leinard in the 172 have just been on their money here in the first 2 hours of this race. For sure. I was mentioning that earlier. It's nice to see someone else on top. No offense to Yannick or Stefan or Simon there in that car, who are always fantastic and just do their part just flawlessly. Nice to see a different face up on the top for once. As in comes the DSRT team, as well as Michael Loeffler there from the lead. Are we going to see Stefan Kwiet also find their way onto the pit lane. Yes, they are. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, bam, bam, bam. 3 Aston Martins into the pit lane. Four Aston Martins into the pit lane. Make that the 981 also coming in to serve their penalty on top of it, I would imagine. Stopping inside of me is Michael Loeffler. I don't think there's a way to delete my car. Let's go ahead and let's DQ myself here. Oh, wrong button. I'll make sure. Oh, dang it, come here. /DQ 71. That'll disqualify my car off the grid. You just have a train of cars here following the 981 who have just served their 15-second penalties. We're with onboard 3 here. You'll see as they turn in, just 1, 2, 3, 4 cars just all in a line right here. All of them on different laps, it would appear as well. I don't think that any of these... No, actually, this will be for position between the 981 who we're on board with and the 360 who is just behind the 007 there. Whoa! Okay, that was a lag. Wow, it looked like that 360 car just blew the turn and was about to go into the wall. You have Simon Shepard in the car now. Oh, once again the three. Oh, there was contact! Simon Shepard going for a spin. Meanwhile, it looked like the 360 car went way off the racetrack. Is now resumed back on. What is happening here? Chaos all over the place. We're gonna need to cut to a helicam replay of that incident here. So what happened? So we have Simon with a good run here. Gonna go up the inside towards Pouan. All fair play. Big dive. And then backs up the apex and gets hit from behind. Good catch of the car. Simon there flashing the headlights. Obviously out of frustration, I would imagine. Now back by on the 981. Oh man, that's a rough. Another other possible penalty for that car. 777 machine now coming its way down. The closest gap on the racetrack at the moment is between P8 and 9 now. Racetrack just super spread out due to that mixed strategy call that happened early on with the race starting in a soft rain. Just a brief 2-hour recap here. So the race went great off the start. Most cars got through on lap 1 relatively clean in the rain and dark. However, we realized very shortly after that some of the cars were on dry tires, some of the cars were on wet tires, and that the rain was ending in 30 minutes. So it really only ended up raining for about 25 minutes in-game on the racetrack under green flag, and we ended up having some cars stopping in right as soon as it basically gave the call of dry tires optimal, even while rain was falling. We had some wait until the rain was stopped and switched over to dries, and of course we had some cars that started on dries and they were able to stay out. So in the current situation right now, we basically have 3 different strategies playing out on the racetrack between these 15 cars that are currently racing, 16 actually, sorry, that are currently racing. We see that only, we see that there's 3 different strategies currently at play. I've just realized the 76 car was the 360. It appears possibly a lag out for that car. And now they have had the second driver join first, which has resulted in a car swap occurrence there. That's unfortunate. Trying to close the gap on that 10 McLaren hill. It was a bit closed, but then now we've fallen off. It was down to 3 seconds. Let's see what it is at this time here. Middle of these corners, it's now 6 seconds. We lost 3 seconds there with the onboard of the 777 car. We're going to go on board here now at Max Leinard. We're going to watch from the driver's, or from the steering wheel perspective here, and we're going to try to watch as the leader of the race and see what exactly they're doing. Heavy braking zone down here into Lake Combs. Easing it back on the throttle really early, actually. Back to the throttle. Second gear here, up in third. That inside curb, let it drift well wide on the exit down towards Bruxelles under the heavy braking zone. Once again, down the hill. It's hard to get this car planted. Down into first gear for this corner. Let it drift nice and wide on exit. Down into no name, third gear all the way through here. That's a tricky corner. You really never can get it right anytime. Down towards Pouhon now. It's another one of those downhill braking zones, but fortunately followed by a fast corner. Ooh, they're dragging the brake all the way through the corner there. Letting it drift all the way wide there, accelerating up on that curb down towards the campus section. Down into second gear here for the first right-hander. Up into 3 now, gonna let this thing drift out wide just a little bit. Up into 4 for just a brief second, back down to 2 for the right-hander. Let it drift all the way wide there, but don't go too wide. You don't want to get some dirty on your tires. You want to put it just to the edge of the racing line there as we come down through the Blanchimont section. Use up all that runoff there, flat out corner, 6th gear, down towards the heavy braking zone, up the hill this time though, so you can lengthen that braking zone. through the bus stop chicane. Isn't a bus stop anymore, but it's still called the bus stop. See the traction control lights kicking up there on the dashboard down towards turn 1. 4th gear, hard on the brakes, down to 2nd, even 1st here, through the hairpin. Now the run down towards Eau Rouge. Should be able to catch 5th gear here maybe before the corner. Yep, here we go, up into 5. Let me just light lift. It looked like that was foot flat whole way through on Eau Rouge and Radillon. Now, once again, back down and towards the heavy braking zone. Play calmed. It's a very smooth, clean lap there. That's setting 2:19 pace here. That was actually the best lap. The lap we just rode on board with was the fastest lap of the race so far. No, Simon Shepard just came by and set a faster one, a 2:19.182. Now the fastest car on the racetrack. So it appears as if we've had a rejoin of a car, but it's a different car now. The 360 car is now listed as 76. I imagine they can't be scoring that they can't be scoring laps here. Yeah, they're on lap 2, so basically this car is just here for the ride and the remainder of the 4 hours. Which, I mean, hey, if they want to be able to have fun and ride it out, that is, I mean, fair play to them. As long as they keep it clean. Actually, I'll list out. Actually, what we're going to do is we're going to go to a short break here as we just crossed the 4-hour remaining mark. Yeah, they did that. The problem is that someone joined in the incorrect order first, and then they left and rejoined back in the correct order. And it still put them back into that car is what's happened. So yeah, they're well, I'm gonna ensue a warning to them of that their laps won't count, if that makes sense. The laps for the 360 car and that car won't merge together, as they are 2 different cars. They're scored as 2 different cars, so I'm just gonna let them know that's basically gonna be how it is. But yeah, it's an unfortunate lag out problem with this game. I really wish, like, I don't understand how it has so many problems. Like, literally we have an entry list. It's an entry list. It's literally this ID for this car goes to this car, right? Driver's Steam ID is linked to this number, this car. That's the only way that they can join. But yet, it doesn't work. And I don't understand how it doesn't work. It's really, really a weird thing how they have it set up in this game. Going for the outside overtake here, the Dutch Sim Racing Team car. Just gonna see if they can squeeze by. Not quite gonna get it though. A good attack back here from Blattman on the inside with that McLaren. Gonna try to keep the spot. And again, another good attack from the outside here by the DSRT machine. Aston Martin gonna maybe get the dig up out of Broxels. Not quite. Down in the no-name. Still side by side these 2 cars are. Now down into Pouon, side by side. There's a screen freeze. What an unfortunate timing for that one. And they're back in the 360 car. That's what that screen freeze was. They have managed to rejoin back into the 360. That's a miracle. Now they are only 9 laps down. still side by side. Down through Blanchamont now. Blattman all the way off the racetrack there just to try to not make contact. Gonna successfully defend the position. And now we're gonna see if Bjorn can re-attack for this position. What a battle that one was. Has the 46 car service to the pits? Or why have they fallen behind the 22 car once again? As they're trying to re-attack back. Continue to watch these battles here on the racetrack. I was going to cut to a break, but racing is ramped up and I'm not going to step away while we have cars racing each other. There's also a fight for 10th as well on the racetrack. So we have 3 different battles happening right now. I don't know which battle to watch because they're all so close right now. I apologize for the silence. I just don't know what exactly to process here on the racetrack as we're watching 3 close battles all unfold for 3 different positions. The 333 car here last time around ran a 357, so we've seen them just exit the pit lane. Car in front of them here, Connor Martin in the car, previously ran a 224, so they're a little bit off of the pace in comparison to what this 333 can run. I'm going to try to see if a move can't be done here down into the braking zone, as well as with this 46 car, who was 3 seconds faster than Andrew Shaw last time around. The 333 going to look to the inside here, under braking. Going to back out though and not attempt to move, but we're going to watch here as Christian has just gotten by on Andrew Shaw through Blanchamont. Actually going to get that position done and secured. Let's back this one up right quick and rewatch that pass. Hopefully it backs up far enough to catch it. God dang it, stop watching me. It did not back up far enough either. Sad face. I don't know why it keeps on watching my car every time I go for the backup replay. But nope, that pass was done and dusted prior. Now we're going to see the 777 here going to attack on the 10 car. A lot to process right now. I apologize for the intermittent silence that I'm having. I have a lot to process with getting new reports in and such that I have to try to process and look at, while also still trying to deliver you guys with the action in the cameras. So trying to do my best here with what I got. Wide goes the 777 car. Gonna lose them quite a bit of time here to be able to do any sort of attacking towards the bottom of the racetrack. Gonna take them a couple laps to regather that back up and go and attack once again. Alright, we're going to have Sass van der Westhuizen. I do believe that's how it is said. I apologize. I am not very good whenever it comes to foreign languages. But I'm going to attempt to, or we're going to bring them in here and have a discussion with the NSIR team. Hello, welcome in.
Hello, hello.
Make sure, yes, alright, I do have it unmuted on the stream. I can hear you.
Oh, what an event this has been already. Starting in the wet with dry tires is maybe not the best choice, but we'll see.
That would, yeah, I was surprised to learn that there were so many teams that tried that. I think there was 5 or 6 teams that tried to go with that dry tire right out the gate. It's definitely a surprise to see.
Yeah, I know that on Coach Dave Academy, they recommend you use slicks if the track is damp. But I think in this case the rain wasn't going away fast enough. That was mostly the mistake that we made. If I had seen that it would definitely be stop raining at the half-hour mark, I would have not doubted the choice. But it cost us. Like I think I had about 12 seconds of damage after bailing out of Eau Rouge because I hit the curbs and it was just slippery and wet. But I think ultimately it did help out with making sure that our stints are still lining up. Although my teammate did have a bit of a moment that threw it off a bit.
Yeah, yeah, that was the big thing I was gonna ask. Like at what point, was it like obviously you guys started on the dry, you said. But at one point was there ever a thought of okay, this is too wet to stay on the dries, we need to pit for wets, or was it just we're committed to this strategy because Spa's pit lane takes 2 minutes and we don't want to deal with that?
Yeah, so that played a big role. Like taking 2-minute pit stop is a big no-no. But it ultimately was a case of me seeing that every lap I was going slightly faster and was able to better handle the track. Ultimately it was a gamble. I can't say that wet tires would have been the better choice because the amount of movement we had up and down the field is kind of indicative that I think the dry tire strategy was maybe the right one. It was just driver error that led to our demise. But it's been fun.
Apologies there. I'm responding in reports and appeals.
Oh, okay, no, that's not a problem. I am actually going to have to say I need to quickly go because my teammate has about 4 or 3 laps left, so I need to start getting ready.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry I didn't notice you earlier in the
no,
waiting
it's not
room.
a problem.
But yeah, the start of the race was just chaotic there with the with the dry tires wet, and some people staying on the wet tires all the way through the dry. Definitely made for a very interesting dynamic and was fun to watch. And I'd be interested to hear thoughts from the other side of these stories where the cars that started off on the wet tires at what position and they feel the need to go to the dries.
Hopefully someone will come and swing by and talk to you about it.
Hopefully so. The sun's starting to come out, so the track should start to warm up. So
Yes.
that could
be interesting seeing how we manage tires from here. I was speculating if we shouldn't have double stinted in the colder conditions. But now that the sun is going to heat up the track, it's going to make for some slippery driving even if it's not wet.
Yeah, well, good luck with the managing of the double stinted tires. And obviously, I assume that the set that you used in the wet is pretty much done for now. But it could also not be. I don't quite know how the game processes with dry tires on wet conditions, how much it wears. But possibly it could have saved wear. Who really knows, right?
Yeah, who knows? We'll still decide which set we're gonna use depending on how my next stint goes. Then we'll make the call.
Well, go ahead and I'll let you go run back to your team.
Okay.
And good luck with your stints, and good luck to your team to hopefully be able to pop up a couple more spots after the early off-track excursions.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'll hopefully be back a bit later with some good news or some terrible news. We'll see. Cheers.
Hopefully some good news.
Yeah.
That was driver and owner of the 815. Okay, we are now going to go ahead and take an ad break. I'm sorry again for the prolonged silence stints here on the stream. But yes, we're going to take a bit of an ad break here for our 4-hour mark and try to let me kind of regain my breath just a little bit and try to get ourselves back onto normal pace. See y'all in just a bit. And for those of you who are subscribed, you'll obviously just have Silent on board here with the 985. So enjoy. we have returned with the retirement now official for the Bytown 360 car, number 60. We are running with one less car on the grid now, 15 actively racing, which is an unfortunate sight to see, but is one that we will deal with nonetheless. Why is there a car on the pit lane? 985, what do we got going on here? Unable to move, it appears. And retirement? What? No. God dang it. I'm not trying to go into replay. Alright, so the car's rolling now. It's good. Get back up to the 10 car here, who's in pursuit of the big BMW number 53, who misses the corner very slightly there, slides out. Possibly gonna have a little bit of lunge right down here. That's a tight place to be making a move, but one to do it nonetheless. Fantastic move there by Marcel Blattman. And able to maintain the speed all the way down the Blanchiment section to be able to bridge out a gap to not have to defend going through the chicane. Ooh, the 985 is off the racetrack at the top of the hill. McLaren just seemed to have problems, especially after being on the pit lane there. The car seemed to be stalled or something along the line. Now up at the top of Radion around. I see two cars coming by here. It's yellow flags, no overtaking. There we go. Now you're all clean. Make the overtake done. That is the 46 getting past. No, it's not. That's the 36 getting past. Or maybe passing the 414. This battle here is actually going to be good for Christian in the 46 to possibly try to run down Christian in the 36. We're looking at the Christian and Christian show here, possibly battling for the third position. This is the 46 trying to get by. Yes, it is. On the 985. You're going to want to get this move done as quickly as you can if you are Christian here trying to get up towards Christian and go get P3. So you're going to want to get this move done soon and cleanly. There's a little bit of holding up on the exit of the final hairpin. He has a 22 that time around, but it was a 24 for the 36 car, so 2 seconds gained that time around for the 46 car here, the TSE. What we got going on down here? This is the 007 trying to lap a car that's also trying to lap a car, I do believe, is what we're having here. We're having a double lapping happen at the same time. Up the inside goes Simon Shepard. Way wide goes the 53, catching the inside wall and around into the outside wall very, very hard at the top of Radion. That car is destroyed. That Beamer is not happy. And the 414 also off the racetrack currently at Puhan. I'm going to try to get that thing back straight. Doesn't look like there's too much damage here, but the 53 luckily is a very clean track behind him. So could pretty much set this lap, not having to worry about people trying to lap. This is definitely going to be a run back to the pit lane here for Theo. Meanwhile, we are looking at Shaw in the 22 car here. Just got lapped by the 172, the overall leader of the race, who's currently setting blistering pace. In comparison to the rest of the field, the only car still running 220s on average. Simon Shepard's right up there as well. Of course, had traffic the last time around, bringing him down into the 21s, but could be in those 20s without that traffic. In comes McKessie onto the pit lane. That's going to put Campreger through into P3 for the time being. In comes Shaw as well, hitting that pit lane. So we're seeing 2 of our top 5 cars pitting in on the 15 mark here. Just over 3 hours remaining. I imagine that we're gonna see probably 2 more stops from both of these cars. They should be able to get to the end on 2 stops, no problem. We shouldn't have to see a third, 20-minute stint out of them, I wouldn't imagine. Interesting strategy here, trying to keep the tires warm, possibly for the double stint, Andrew Shaw. Randy gonna get dive bombed here. What a lunge by the 172 of Max Leinard. Way to get through, though, knowing it was blue flags, knowing that Randy must have been giving up that position. Way to just dive it up in there and go get the position. Man, I really wish that we had the liveries for these cars, because some of them look fantastic. I'm gonna show you all right quick. While we kind of have a dead moment track, over the spotter's guide. You can see here the liveries for these cars. The 007 car, of course, looking fantastic with that James Bond livery. The 172, in which we have currently in the leads, running the traditional ESE livery at the moment. You have the 808, who ended up not being able to show up, unfortunately. They were running a really cool livery, though. The Wind Shadow Racing car. Of course, the NSIR Ferrari, always looking good as normal. I do happen to have the 360, Bytown 360 car installed, because that was a car that raced at Misano, so that livery transferred over perfectly fine. The SRT car and their iconic black and red cars, and the 9, which I do believe is the 10 currently on the racetrack. For a moment in that nice blue and white. Lots of good looking race cars on this racetrack. Unfortunate that we can't quite see all of them. When you look down through the order here, closest fight on the racetrack is this one right here, the 777 trying to get by on the 36, who just came out of the pit lane. Taylor Williams in the 22, not too far down the road either. That gap's really close between McKessie and Williams now, so those 2 cars, they'll be probably fighting for position here within a few laps, I would imagine. Also, can we point out McKessie going for what I believe is the quadruple stint here. Absolutely pushing it in. I mean, if you include that first stint as a full stint, which it really wasn't. It was about 35 minutes. But if you do count that, we've seen 3 pit stops now out of McKessie, so possibly going for that quadruple stint. They will need to swap drivers relatively soon, but should be able to get this whole full stint in out of McKessie and then swap over. just missed this. The 208 Lexus gets through on Marcel Blattman, up to P8 now for the Lexus. And we got a car around the 36 who's now disconnected from the race, I do believe. Christian McKessie no longer available to select. Wow, we were just talking about possibly going for the quadruple stint and has now seemingly retired from the race. Both of the Bytown 360 cars no longer here with us. That's a dramatic turn of events, and I would really like to know what happened to cause that. Obviously, I can't really go and select back. We might have to go into the replay to see what happened here. Let's go into the replay. We can't catch what just happened to the Bytown 360 car. Please stop just still going straight to my car. Skip up here. Toggle HUD 36 car. Go into helicopter cam. So we're coming down Blanchiment. Catches a curb, maybe? No, just misses the corner. Oh! And then just disconnects, question mark? Very peculiar situation there. Missing the corner and then disconnects from the race. I mean, unfortunate to see, but wow. All right, we are now shy of one more runner in this race, which was a top 5 car. So that's gonna open up a position here for the Dutch sim racing team to possibly sneak into a top 5. Driver swap failure is what happened there for Christian McKessie in that 36 team. That is just unfortunate. It again, with this game, I don't understand how it has so many problems regarding driver swaps. It just is so weird. Whoa, way wide goes that Ferrari there. That was the 815. Yeah, so I mean, it would have been the only other Ferrari on the grid. Yeah, it's such a shame that this game has so many problems with driver swaps, considering that it literally has an entry list to tell it who is who, where is where. I just don't understand how it has so many problems. Not too much that really anyone can do about it, unfortunately. You know, it's something that the game has and will probably always have, and it's something that we just have to deal with, unfortunately, and move on with. I don't personally do enough racing on ACC to know if it's a common problem that people have or if it's something that is very rare and that we just run into really often. 53 is around at the top of Radion, once again probably catching the curb just a bit too much. This car seems to be just really unhappy going up over here. This BMW, I mean, it's big, it likes to eat curbs, but maybe not as much curb as what they're trying to eat right now with this car. Once again, the 53's around. More damage to the front end of this race car. I don't know how much more it can take. The BMW is really, really strong. Again, it's really big, but surely it can't take too much of a beating up here, as the Team Stanley Esports car is just not that happy. Go to an onboard here, see if we can. Yeah, you can see here the steering is totally out of a line. I mean, you're pointing the steering wheel nearly straight to turn left there. So definitely out of alignment, and it's really going to be throwing off your braking here as well. So I can understand why it's difficult to drive in the current moment. The car seems to be really swaying and sashaying down the straightaways. So this is one of those you just gotta want to try to work it back to the pit lane. You gotta wonder if Theo maybe is just tired of driving right now. Been in the car for quite a few stints here, so could just be really, really annoyed with constantly having to deal with a broken race car. Meanwhile, we're gonna watch what a working steering wheel looks like. As Max Leinart's back into the 172 car here. We're going to go for a dive up the inside of the 985 McLaren there to go ahead and put him once more a lap down. I think that brings it up to 4 laps down for that car now. Max Leinart and that team have just been so perfect up front. Absolutely dominating. As of right now, we're looking at Taylor Williams running down Bjorn in the 777 car. Gonna try to sneak his way into 4th prior to Bjorn taking. Oh no, there goes Bjorn taking the pit stop now. So I was gonna say maybe we're gonna see an overtake there, but the DSRT team thinking it's not worth the fight. Let's just bring it into the pit lane and reset and go again. In comes the leaders. Should probably see Yannick also hit the pit stop here this lap. We've seen it been pretty similar here for the Astons. They've all basically stopped on the same lap for the most part. So should see Yannick come in this time around. Yeah, I have only a couple of deliveries, and unfortunately, I installed the skin pack twice. Twice I installed it. Didn't work either time. Not sure exactly what I did wrong in the process of installing that, or if maybe everyone's not seeing deliveries correctly or something. I don't know, but yeah, I installed it twice and it didn't work either time, which is unfortunate. Oh, there's a backwards Ferrari there. Taylor Williams looking the other way. Let's back this one up right quick. Hold on. Oh, I backed it up a bit too far. That's all right. Go to our helicopter cam here and watch Taylor Williams make his way up through the Blanchemont section. And using up all that runoff, literally going off the racetrack there on the corner entry. Now we're going to go down into the heavy braking zone. Misses the corner just a bit. Trying to catch the throttle off the apex and just spins it right around. Nice and clean here. Just going to let all the cars slip on by. I mean, if there's a way to spin it, I guess that's the best way to spin it. You're not in anyone's way. You don't really affect the racing all that much, and you don't hurt your own car. So if there's a way to spin it, that's the way to spin it. However, that is going to help out that's going to help out the 777 car once Shaw makes their pits, or Williams makes his pit stop. Oh wow, check that out. There was a helicopter out there. Hold on, let's back that up. I want to go find the helicopter. Let's disable this. What was that? There it is. Look at that hell of a chopper. I don't know why that the blades are spinning so slowly, or at all for that matter. Seems like they'd be burning a lot of fuel to just sit here running it. The detail that this game does have is really, really nice. Of course, this is the actual Eau Rouge right here. Red River. It goes under the racetrack back here. Oh wait, this is still at the kart track. Okay, I thought we went way farther. Here's the karting circuit. Thought we went way further. I feel like I'm playing a golf game and I'm giving you guys the layout of the upcoming course. That bridge does not look supported very well. I mean, there's literally not even land holding it up. We go under the bridge. Here we go. Now we're at the corner of Eau Rouge. Nice walking path up here. Go down under the racetrack and carry on out. I wonder how far this goes. Oh, there's another hole in the ground. And that's where it ends, right there. Water appears to be flowing that way. I don't actually know which way this river flows in real life, but it is flowing down the hill here, so that would make sense for it to flow downhill. You know, rivers don't flow uphill, so it would make sense. Welcome into the chat, everyone. Thank you for stopping by. Pizza. I want some pizza. It's really good right about now. How's everyone's day going, though? Hopefully all fine. How's the DSRT iRacing 24 hours going here at Spa? I know that's running currently alongside of this race. Ooh, a 3-hour stint. Nice. Just crossed my 3-hour stint, but of broadcasting. Flash race control. It's a nice camera. Unfortunately, we don't have a ton of cars in the racetrack, so it's not like always active, but this is a nice, peaceful scene right here. I hope y'all don't mind just sitting here watching cars go by for a little bit. Arm death has been acquired. Sounds about... I have a bad habit of like leaning into my microphone and like sitting really uncomfortably. So I'm trying to get better about it by like moving the microphone closer and closer to my mouth instead. Ooh, there was 2 cars that went. Oh, there's... Oh, and into the wall. Exiting the pit lane is the 53 BMW, bringing it to the stop and just retiring the car. I figured that was going to happen relatively soon. No offense to Theo, but man, that is just frustration. You get speeding on the pit lane as well. I can't blame him for being just absolutely frustrated right now. Into the wall multiple times. Where else is a good camera shot for this racetrack? Down to just 13 cars left here on the racetrack. This could be an interesting camera spot as well, right down here. Unfortunately, we just watched the full pack of cars go by, but... Well, let's increase this FOV. How about that? That's pretty cool if you ask me. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's a pretty nice looking camera shot. The hospitality area near La Source. La Source is the right-hander after campus, right? I do believe that was just an overtake that we just watched happen from this camera. As the 10 just got by the 333. Swap of positions into P8. Okay, La Source is the hairpin, okay. I don't know why I was thinking it was that right-hander right there. I don't know this track well enough, to be honest. I never enjoyed driving it all that much, or really looking at it, like watching racing here in real life, so I never really cared to try to learn about this track, just because it was never a track that personally appealed to me. It was never that fun for me, watching it or racing it. But it makes sense that that would be turn 1. Let's go and get up inside of this building. Oh wow, now that's cool. I didn't actually expect it to be like kind of like actually transparent glass up here. I wish that there was a way where you could see both sides of the racetrack from here. That'd be cool. It'd be really fun right about now. Some rain. Man, I mean, to be fair, the detail that they put into these tracks is really, really good in this game. Like the way, like how lively the track looks with the, the body standing there and such. Like, it does look really cool. Assuming that this is like a hotel of some sort down here. Be a cool place to stay. Rain is joyful. Made the start of the race really interesting. Well, looks like we might see your McLaren make an overtake for a non-position here. Yeah, it is unfortunate. Oh, make a dive maybe? Nope. Back out of it. Oh, no, there we go. Gonna make the move down there because the 815 is gonna completely blow the turn. And that's a free non-position, unlapping themselves there for Dieter Posen. Going from last place to still last place, but not a lap down to second last place. Hey, y'all, I started talking about pizza, and now I'm sitting here hungry. I'm like, I still got 2 hours left in here. I'm like, I want to eat a pizza now. I do believe that we're going to take a short ad break here for the crossing of the 3-hour mark. Still have 2.5 hours left in this race. And we will be back shortly. Oh, that's a move there, lapping down the 333 car. I'll leave y'all with this, or with a camera shot here. Which camera shot should I leave y'all with? As I step away for a little bit. You guys want Eau Rouge? You guys want a Source? You guys want Radion? You guys want? What do you guys want? VPOV. Why did I know that was about to come? Why did I know that was about to come? Alright. Here you go. On board with the 414. And we will be back shortly. Alrighty, we are back and underway. We're just over the halfway point now, of course. 2 hours, 35 minutes remaining. And just doing a quick race recap. The race started off in the rain, in the dark. They went 2x2 up into Eau Rouge with relatively clean start for a traditional spa race, to be honest. We had a couple cars go off because they were electing to run the dries and the wets, and I did not agree with them all that much in turn 1 incidents, but managed to get a hold of it and get it going pretty good. Then we had a couple of incidents with cars going off the racetrack and rejoining in bad ways, causing a crash down into the final chicane off of Blanchimont. And then we have had a pretty uneventful race since then in terms of passing for position. We saw Max Linear pretty much run away with the lead, and that team be able to really just put together really good laps and just trying to bridge out a gap. Though it has closed. The worthwhile note is that Yannick Rombach has closed the gap for the lead, now down to 13 seconds. Not quite sure if they have yet to pit. I did miss that last time around. I didn't really catch whether they pit or not, but the gap is down to 13 seconds. It was up over 30 at one point. So Yannick back in the car, really trying to push it hard to get that gap down as much as is possible. We recently had a disconnect from the 36 car. They had a problem with driver swaps. So Christian McKessie, rather than doing a full 6-hour race on his own just to be disqualified anyways, he elected to just park the car after 3 hours. So rip to the 36 team out of the 3rd position at the time. And then we had the 53 car also retire due to the car having problems with just general driving problems. Seemed like Theo, the driver of the car, was just really struggling to keep it underneath of him, and just kept on spinning up to the top of Radion, and then he got a speeding in the pit lane penalty and decided to just retire the car. Which, I mean, I appreciate the effort to get it as far as he did, because there was multiple incidents where I would have probably rage quit, to be entirely honest with you. So that's kind of the race rundown now. We're just waiting on the gap to the lead to possibly close up. Okay, Yannick did pit. That's what I thought, because Yannick's in the car now. Last stint, it was Simon in the car, so Yannick's just running monster laps. I mean, let's see, yeah, he's the only one running 19s right now. Last time around, he was a full second faster than Linear. This time, Max runs a 2:21.3, so a 2:21.3. Let's see what Yannick runs this time around. 2:20.2, so just over a second faster than Max Linear that last time around. So fastest car on the racetrack currently is that number 7 car in P2, and we should see possibly by the end of this stint that the gap has been shut. Will definitely be worth seeing and an interesting note to have had. Black dot versus white versus gray in the pitman. Not entirely sure what that means, actually.
That. Also, hello lads, I'm back.
Really interesting to me, always watching the traction control lights flash up with the cars. Just a very fun and interesting thing to see for me is how different drivers manage the different gaps and the different the different assist. I don't know why I say gaps. The different assist that the game provides, and some of them, some drivers will like to use really little of it. Some drivers will like to use a lot of it. Obviously, none of it is wrong. Everyone has their own way of driving. Like for me personally, I like to run my ABS at 1 or 2 in this game. But I know a lot of people who like running it at 7 or 8. It's, you know, it all kind of depends on the situation, what car you're driving, and what track you're driving, who you are as a driver, how aggressive are you on braking or throttle or whatever. But I'm typically a driver who likes to run a bit more traction control and a bit less ABS. But I know people who are exactly the opposite, more ABS, less traction control. So it's always really interesting to me to see how those lights flash up on dashboards.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop into the replays really quick. Because we've just seen that the 124 car, I think it is. Yes, the 124 Aston Martin has gotten a drive-through. I don't know how long that's been there.
That would, I assume, be for track cuts.
Yeah.
The only way you can get a drive-through in this game, like, naturally, is by the track, so just over halfway through the race. Quite early to get through your 3 track cut warnings, so you gotta wonder how close everyone else is.
But actually, in my opinion with this is that it's I actually never use my track cuts. Like if I just do a 20-minute open lobby race, I actually seem to never use my track cuts, and the only reason that I would use one is if I get hit off, which most people find quite weird. Another thing is, because I'm so used to running GCEs in R Factor 2, I just have seemed to somehow just been turning off ABS periodically. No idea why. Honestly, could not tell you.
Yes, in ACC you get 3 track cut warnings, and then your 4th track cut is a drive-through. So like with iRacing you get 100 X's, here you get 3, is basically the way it works. They're extremely strict. However, there are no time gained track cuts though as well. So you get 3 times gain time, and then you get as many as you want to not gain. Whereas in iRacing, you just get an X no matter what, which I think is what frustrates me in the way that. Yeah, the warning is any time that the game dictates that you gained time. That's whenever you get a warning, is as long as you gain time.
Also, cool thing, can I print GRG stickers? Like, is there any way for me to buy a GRG sticker?
Yes, actually there is.
Oh, sick.
We have a Redbubble store in which we sell stickers on.
Oh, sick. I'm gonna need to get one of those. I've just gotten a car that I will be tracking.
Snag that link and I'll drop it into the Twitch chat right now while we're talking about it.
Very cool of you. Right, yeah. You can get like a lot of cuts. Also, I find that I was playing F1 2020 earlier today because I just haven't bought the new game yet. I find that 2020's track things are just a lot stricter in general. You know what I mean? It's just like they're always. Wait, can I get that? Like, what's the extra large? Oh yeah. Oh, I gotta put one of those on the hood. Probably run matte, or do we want to run? Is it transparent? That, yeah. It's a white car though. Actually, I don't even know what color it is. If I'm honest. You know it's bad when you bought a race car and you don't know what color it is. Anyways, back to the race at hand here. Actually, never mind. We do not have a battle, but the 2 Ferraris seem to be going at it. Now coming down to Brussels.
Serving the drive-through is the 124 car. Getting that out of the way. Not really much you can do to fight a track cut drive-through. The 007's livery. Let me change over to quick. There you go. That is the 007's livery, which again, unfortunately, we cannot see, but it's fantastic looking race car.
Yeah, it does look really, really good. I've literally just been skimming all of the marketplaces the whole week, just looking for bucket seats. So if you have a bucket seat, message it in the chat. Yeah, it does have an amazing livery.
Down to 8 seconds the gap. Yannick just putting in a monstrous lap. Really trying to close down on Max Leinart. I mean, again, it isn't like Max is slow right now. He's still setting top-notch pace here down in the 220s. Like, that's really, really good pace for the track conditions, for what we've gone through, the way that these cars were likely set up at the start for the wet. It's definitely monstrous pace for Max to still be setting 220s right now. But then you got Yannick Rombach here setting a 219.0. Just absolutely blistering. Using up every inch of the racetrack that he can to try to close this gap. Down to 7.5 seconds the gap. It just keeps on closing. I mean, it seems like every time that Yannick has a bad lap, so does Max. So the gap just continues to close. Because, again, just any time that Yannick has a bad lap where he makes a mistake or something, it seems like Max makes a very similar mistake, which doesn't allow him to pull out any further. So the gap continues to be about 0.8 of a second per lap. So we should see within the next 7 or 8 laps that this gap is gone. That time around, it was a 21.2 for Max, a 20.1 for Yannick. So again, just over 1 second faster. Now you can see him right there. If we were coming down from La Source towards Eau Rouge, you could see going up the hill was the 172 of Max Leinard. So that gap is within viewing distance now. Anytime that you can see the car you're trying to run down in front of you, it just makes it that much easier to run them down.
Have to see, because we know that Matt doesn't crack under pressure, but again, who knows? That pressure might be getting to him.
Down to 6 seconds the gap there through sector 1. Another half of a second per sector. Oh, Yannick goes well off the racetrack there. Not only will there be a cut warning or a loss of time. Both drivers seem to lose the most time later on in the track, which again suggests to me that their tires are going. And Max's tires could possibly just be worn that little bit more than Yannick's right now. And that could be what's allowing this stint to be happening here. Let's go on board with Max for a lap here. Who runs a 21.9 there. Yannick runs a 20.1. 2 seconds faster that time around Yannick Rambach. Gap is down below 5 seconds now for the lead.
We said 6-7 laps, man. It's happening now.
Yannick currently with a delta in the green after Eau Rouge and Radion, so faster through sector 1 for Yannick. Let's see if he can maintain that delta. After Les Combes, both cars are trailing a 10th in the green now, setting personal best on this lap. 1/10 in the green for both cars. We come down towards the faster, more downforce heavy section of the racetrack here. Tenths to the red now for Yannick through the fast sections here. However, the delta for Max is remaining pretty much dead. So Max now goes 1/10 into the red. So right now we're seeing that Max might actually pull out a bit of a gap on this lap. Just a little bit of a gap. Might be a 10th or 2. Down in the braking zone, he loses 3/10 just there in the braking zone though. See if he can get it back on exit. There goes another 10th. And now the gap is, he did not pull at all. Yannick 2 seconds faster, absolutely kills it through that final sector. Manages to go from a second in the red to a dead heat for fast lap. So absolutely kills it in sector 3. Reels in a full second on Max. These split times are fun to watch. Oh man, Yannick. You don't want to wreck the car here trying to use too much of the racetrack. Be careful. You also don't want to get a drive-through penalty. Going all the way wide off of Radion. Ooh, good catch there. Trying to sneak on by the McLaren. And he's about losing a second here so far through the lap. So the gap should be bridging back out whenever we see the split times here at sector 2. We should be just over 3.5 seconds, I believe, on the split. Let's see. Come through. Yep, there we go. 3.5 seconds. So pulling out a bit of the gap, Max Leinard, after having to navigate burning in the 10 car. Comparing the way that these drivers are racing, it's really, really interesting. Just kind of the difference between the gearings that they use in some corners. I noticed that Yannick shifting down really, really quickly and all under braking, while Max is waiting a little bit longer and sometimes shifting down at the apex. Also, Yannick's letting the car rev out a bit longer, letting it really get right up to the top of the rev range before shifting up. There's no fuel saving happening from that 007 team. They're letting it all burn out. Nearing up on 5 hours of streaming, 4 hours of racing. Here in just a few minutes. One thing about the reboot of the session today does show is that it proves that we do not script the weather. There are people who always say that we'll script it for the way that the weather will go, whether it's rain or whether it's this, whether it's that. But no, because we loaded in the original practice session, it was raining, and in the race, it was dry for the start, and we reloaded in, and it was dry in the practice and raining at the start of the race. So, absolutely no sort of scripting here. I mean, all over the curbs on the exit of these corners, using up every little bit that it lets him use. Down to 2.3 seconds to gap now. If we were in F1, we'd be like, he's nearing DRS range, but this is actually a good racing series, and he needs to legitimately overtake.
Well, at least hopefully with the new Fast and Furious movies coming out, all of those people will be in space.
1.7 seconds now.
Yeah, this is hotting up. As we have a sip of our mango drink, definitely try a mango carbonized drink. I think that's a word. I'm not very good with words. Yeah, a carbonized drink that has a mango flavor to it. Really good thing.
Mango is a very polarizing flavor. You either love
Yeah,
it or you hate it.
I usually don't like mango. This is good.
Gap is there. Let's go ahead and cut to the TV cameras now. Let's get them focusing on the battle at hand. We're going to go ahead and cut up to Max Leinart as we watch this fight close in.
I'm going to stick on the number 7, and I'm going to use the Helicam, actually.
I wish that there was a way to make it because the Helicam has this ability where it'll just target like the center of a mass of cars, like if that makes sense. They won't it won't just explicitly target just one car. I wish they had that with the other cameras as well, where it just kind of aimed to show the fight of the cars rather than the car specifically that we're looking at. It would be nice. Or like if there's a way to like just select, battle, right? Like where like you select 2 cars for the camera to follow rather than just one.
Well, with iRacing, you can just say, I want to see the crashes. And you see the crashes. But yeah, something like that would be amazing.
I mean, he is there, and he is 100% there. There's no denying it now. He wants that pass done. He wants to get it. The gap's within 1 second. And he'd be just beyond DRS range in Formula 1 here. And he's got to be careful, though, because he can't go get that drive-through penalty. As we have Taylor Williams, the Ferrari, on the pit lane as well. He's been there for a little bit, but on the pit lane out of P4. I mean, these two have just been in a different class. These two are just... It's no competition as to who has been the fastest and best cars on this racetrack. I mean, literally 3rd place is a lap down to both of them. It's great that we're seeing them come down and fight so close right now. How crazy would it be if any goes for a pass and then they hit each other and they both wreck, like with severe damage and DNF?
And now you've said what we're all thinking.
Now we just gotta hope the commentator's curse is real. No. It was real the last time we were at Spa. Every time that we said something good about a team, they would wreck the next corner. It was really funny. Like I think we had like 4 clips from the last time we were at Spa of commentator's curse happening. But like, yeah, this team's had a really good recovery drive. They've worked their way all the way up. They're up in, P6 now, and then literally as I'm saying that, they're spinning backwards on the racetrack and smacking a wall. It was hysterical. For a sub, like
for
a sub.
For UDOM, half price.
Here it goes. Around the outside, Yannick Rumbach looking for the switch back now to the right of, or the left, sorry, the left of the 172 of Max Leinart. Gonna try to get the overspeed down towards like the source. Maybe gonna get it under braking around the outside. Try to keep the speed up, not gonna be able to get it. Good job under braking and defending there by Max Leinart. Now we gotta wonder, is Yannick gonna be able to carry that speed that a little bit of overspeed is gonna have here through Eau Rouge, up over Radion.
There it is. There it is. Now he's gonna go side by side on the Camel Straight. Definitely. He's got that speed.
He's closing. Defensive Max already all the way to the right. Back to the left. Goes Yannick around the outside towards Lecombe's gonna get it
Done.
done under braking. What a move.
Ooh.
Jumping up into the first position now, getting that done and dusted within just a few corners. Let's back this one up and rewatch that overtake. I'm really curious to see if how far either of these drivers extended.
Looked all nice on me, but
Yeah, all fair play on both parts. Over Radion, completely fair in the toe, going to the outside, get that helicopter cam. And just absolutely fantastic under braking. Yannick just squeezing out the position and getting it done. Anyone but Yannick here.
I mean, he's a good driver and all, but I have to say, I just, it wouldn't be a race. Oh, can I get out of the pause menu, please? Okay. Okay. It would never be a race without who I think the driver of the day is. It's Christian. From the 36 car and the 360 Motorsports, because he went. This is purely based on fact. He went 3 hours in the car, from what I'm told,
And then was unable to driver swap.
and then was unable to driver swap and had to retire because of it. But to do 3 hour stint and to pit at the end of that 3 hour stint and still be in 3rd place. That is something right there.
Absolutely. I thought he was about to go for a 4th stint in the car whenever he came back out, but then he retired after and then said that it was a driver swap issue that led him to do the 3 hour stint to begin with.
Actually, I was meant to do this race with him, except that because the server had already been put up, the only way was for me to log into Aiden Coleman's Steam account to actually race because of the way that ACC works.
Yep.
So that sucked. Oh boy, I've gotten a message.
And now we just watch out the windshield of Max Leinart's Aston Martin as Eddie Krumbach just drives off with the lead. Just over 2 hours remaining. Gotta wonder, will we ever see Yannick again? I mean, literally, it's been a lap, and he's already a lap and a half, and he's already bridged out a 2.5 second gap. It's insane the pace that he is setting right now. I mean, even with that overtake that he made, he still set at 220. Like, it was a fantastically clean move by him, so not disrupt his time even. That is something I was thinking about, Alex, was is this the double stint for Team Snell Esports? It's now here they come into the pit lane 1 lap early, like probably 1 or 2 minutes early, because we've seen them be pitting on the hour traditionally, but I would say probably 1 lap earlier than Yannick, as there's a drive-through penalty now awarded to Taylor Williams in P4 for track limits. That's going to have that car need to be brought down the pit lane to serve that.
Outside the track limits again?
What is the current gap back to a 777 car? Just over 20 seconds. So, I mean, this drive-through is definitely going to put the 777 into P4.
Definitely. Could he grab P3 because of the 46 in as well?
Maybe temporarily. Not too sure if he'll be able to hold it, though.
He's not going to be able to hold it. Definitely not, but hill.
Without getting lucky and having the 46 also get a drive-through or a speeding penalty. Yeah, drive-through here at Spa is incredibly punishing. The pit lane is just so long. It's absolutely punishing, and it makes sure that it gives you all the time in the world to think about the mistake that you made.
Actually, I think I have a clip from this pit lane from R Factor 2, because there was a point in the practice server for forget what league it was. I think it was I actually do forget what league it was, but there was a point where there was no drive, like there was no pit speed limit.
Yeah.
And there was like, I just came to the end of the pit lane, and I was in a P2, and there were like at least 4 Porsches just piled up at the end of the pit lane. Best thing ever.
It's always funny whenever you watch cars try to squeeze into tight locations like that. I mean, it's been a really quiet day here for the Lexus after the earlier moment where they got involved with the 981 going through Blanchimont rather early in this race, which was really the only for contact penalty in this race. It's been relatively quiet for them since then. They've been able to close the gap. Now they're just 6 seconds behind Taylor Williams in that 22 Ferrari. So we could even see them try to go and chase down for P5.
Indeed. So I don't want to change the tone of the stream off the race, but if I may ask you a question.
Yeah.
Would you rather your Fanatec V3 pedals, or if you had the money to get them again but get the inverted version, would you?
Probably not, purely because I don't know how the inverted stand is. In the sense of I don't know the stability of it. Because I don't have like a rig to mount them to, so for me the V3s I have them set up with like a wed block holding them down, which they are already not very stable. I couldn't imagine if they had a bunch of weight hanging from the top as well. I could imagine that they would be pretty easy to tip over that way. I don't exactly know how that the stand is for them, but from what I know, that if you don't have somewhere to screw in, like the V3s are designed to be screwed in as well. They don't like not being screwed in. So if you don't have somewhere to screw them in, then you would, I don't know. Oh, there's contact right there. We were just talking about a quiet day. Trying to get really aggressive, overlapping the 985, going through Eau Rouge, and almost drove themselves into the wall. I mean, that would have 100% been on their fault. It's 985 doesn't have to get out of the way here. I don't know quite why they were forcing the issue so much. Dom with the subscription via Twitch Prime, thank you very much, and it goes out for everyone. If you don't know this, if you do have Twitch Prime, you can or if you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch account at gaming.amazon.com, and they'll give you 1 free Twitch subscription of Amazon's money, $5 value of Amazon's money that you get to spend. Spend it on any Twitch streamer you wish. Definitely is worth doing.
Definitely spend it on this. Nah. No pressure.
It's where mine goes every month. I give it basically to myself, in the sense of I put it to GRG to basically give me $2.50 every month to go towards the server.
Nice.
I mean, it's Amazon's money. It's free, basically. I mean, I'm already paying for Prime, whether that's a thing or not. So, if you're already paying for Prime, you may as well get all the benefits out of it.
Somebody was just surprised that I got $500 for a Formula V2 wheel. Disappointing.
Currently, the gap is 90 seconds between first and second. Of course, there's been a pit stop made. Actually, it just went to one lap down as Stefan Kui has just come out of the pits. Never mind. It just updated as the 7 has left the pit lane. The gap is 2 seconds now with Stefan in the car. And now we have Michael Loeffler in the 172 as well. Let's see what the lap times are then. Next lap. Down just below a second now on the cold tires. Stefan still trying to get that car up to speed. Now down to below just half of a second. Team drivers now discussing here. Yannick and Max were both in the car for that last stint. Now they're both in the Twitch chat. A 2:19.7 there for Michael Loeffler, setting really good pace here. Out the gate, we got to see what Stefan does on this lap to get a good judgment for what that car can do. Discussing possibly going on double stinted tires here for one of the cars or the other. I gotta ask Max, now that you are in chat, did you double stint your tires there for your last stint? Very possibly. Yes, we have Sass once again, and oh, contact!
Oh,
as the 172 is attempting to go for an overtake on Stefan up towards Blanchiment. Little bit of a bumper rub there. Two cars getting dicey down towards the chicane. Now we're going to look for possibly a crossover from Michael. Maybe get a little bit of extra speed. They come across the line. Both of them setting pretty similar times. Loeffler a bit quicker.
I feel like the 7 can run away. I feel like he has the pace. He just doesn't have the tires for it. I feel like, because if I'm not mistaken, no, the 7's on new tires. Sorry, that's my mistake. The 7 is on new tires. The 172, we are unsure.
Here we go towards the outside. Michael Loeffler going to try to pull the same move that Yannick just pulled a few laps ago. Sliding off the racetrack. Both cars really loose right there. Michael going to complete the pass, but off the racetrack. Gotta wonder if maybe that's something that's worth looking back at.
I'll look back at that.
I'll leave that up to the team of the 007 as to whether they, oh, up the inside, more contact is happening. Fight for first. Oh, and there's a good bumper. That was a good shove from the 172. Both cars into the wall. Stefan hard into that outside tire wall at No Name. There's got to be damage on that car now after that. Regarding the overtake off track, I'm going to leave that one up to the 007 car, whether they want to pursue that one or not. But Michael Loeffler there with just getting a little bit of elbows out, finding the 007 car into the wall. Let's go back and rewatch this one. For the love of God, game.
It looks like.
Let's go all the way back and rewatch this whole last lap. I want to see the point from the first contact on. So just a really, really good run onto the Blanchimont straight. All the way off the racetrack. Kind of a cut block there from Stefan. I mean, nothing sharp or abrupt. Both cars going off the racetrack there to defend it. We're going to come down towards turn 1. And we're going to see, no move down towards turn 1. They're going to come up towards Eau Rouge. There's not going to be anything done there in particular. Up the hill they go. It's going to be a massive overspeed. Neither one of the cars going off the racetrack. Just really good overspeed here from Loeffler in tow. Again, similar to what we just saw Yannick do just a handful of laps ago. Trying to pull that same outbraking maneuver. Turns into the corner a bit tight. Slides off the racetrack. I mean, I would say that he did go off the racetrack to complete the overtake.
I'm going to call it the 172 was just barely, I say barely, by the skin of its teeth, but it was just before.
Late slide up the inside there, but getting it done. And then just a shunt, I would say. And then the second hit from Loeffler pushing Stefan completely off the racetrack. Man, that is an awkward incident. I mean, realistically speaking, I'm gonna have to review this a couple times. And so we're gonna need to get some different camera angles in here.
We can call it on the at Lake Calm. I'm gonna call it 172 was passed.
For me, it comes down to was it turning in? Or was it drifting out?
Well, he was most of the way past. He was most of the way past by the time that they got to the turn.
Yeah, let's go to like a camera from like up. Oh.
Here, I can show you
I got a camera from up above here.
Oh, you're at a different point. Sorry.
I mean, yeah, at this point, the 007's entirely ahead. So it's under braking, going for a passing attempt, and making a collision there on the 172.
Yeah, that's
at this point, the overtaking car is the 172, and there's the one that makes contact, in which results into damage for the 7 car as well.
I'm gonna call that the 172. I'm still way back on the link.
Alright, we're going to go ahead and bring in a interview here that you can do if you would like, while I step away for just a minute to write some stuff up.
Hello there.
Hello, hello.
How's it going?
I said I'd be back and I'd hopefully have good news. I think I have good news. Managed to do a bit of fuel saving, and seems that even with that, my pace was relatively decent. So we made up 1 or 2 positions in my stint. And now Lindsay is out. He's doing the final double stint on a used set of tires. We're hoping to try and get this so that I can hop in the car and utilize the last fresh set of tires. Try to absolutely abuse them into gaining 1 or 2 more positions, if it's even possible.
Okay. Sounds good. Good luck.
My only worry, so it's maybe to provide some insight on the whole rain and tire usage, we learned that the first stint's tires were done. When we looked at their state in the pit menu, they were showing a nice black dot instead of a grey one. So we made the call and said, let's rather not try and double stint on that one. We still have a set of tires that we can do them. But well, it's been an absolute, it's an astonishingly tough race.
I can completely agree with you on that insight.
I see there's some action up front. How is it that the leaders are still next to one another?
They're actually not. They're a few seconds apart now.
Oh, okay.
They're a couple
But okay,
seconds
they're
apart.
still on the same lap. To me, that's almost unheard of.
Well, honestly, when the 7 went into the wall, yeah, it was bad, but it's one of those things, and I can say from experience with crashing this car a lot, it's very drivable even after it's wrecked. It's just one of those things that you could hit the barrier like that and still continue on at reasonable pace, if I'm honest.
Okay, so we're hopefully going to see some more action closer to the end of the race.
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully.
That's going to make things exciting, I believe.
Yeah. So actually, they're still pretty much on the same pace. I think that just 7 got a little shaken up a bit after that one incident. But, yeah.
I'm going to be keeping an eye out to see what's happening. But overall, we're 4 hours and 20 minutes into this race, and I've enjoyed every second of it. So thanks for all involved here, making sure that we have these great events to attend.
Yeah. I just came in last minute to help with making sure that people weren't being too mean to each other.
Well,
But yeah.
we hope that people will stay calm and that we can get on with some more good racing soon.
Yeah.
Good.
Good luck to you in that racing.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna say goodbye and good luck with the last bit of commentary. I'm always talking for so long can really wreck your voice. So good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Cheers.
Well then, that was the driver of the, that was one of the drivers of the 815 car, the Ferrari. He's currently sitting in 11th place. I always love how nice people are in this community. Anyways, on the other note, we have the 7 after that hit is still again gaining on Michael in the 172 car. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, but yeah, we have the 7 catching the 172 very, very slowly. The gap seems to just barely be going down. It's gone down around 4/10 over the last 2 laps that we've had that interview, although dropping now to 1.4 seconds. It's one of the things being said in chat that they would have thought that he'd have worse damage. Oh, Michael in the 172 dropping into the 190 or into the 119.9s, while actually they're both into the high 119s. It seems to be very much hotting up, as we feel like the 7 has a somewhat of a need for revenge. Hopefully not too much of a need to copy what was done to them, but I think that if I were him, then I would really prefer to have that spot back. 119, sorry, my bad if I said 119s. These are actually 19-second lap times. Yeah, they're doing the whole spa in 19 seconds. Quite quick cars, but yeah. I mean, these drivers, we say that they can do these, like, experience these high Gs for so long. I'm just messing. I'm sorry. I am truly sorry for that mistake. It is 219s. By the way, I could not do a 219. I could barely, with setup given to me from the very nice lads at 360 Motorsports, I could probably get into the 21s on a qualifying time. These guys are just, these guys are mad. These guys are just insane. But yeah, we seem to have a gap closing down slowly now around the low 1 second mark. Just getting little bit just getting a bit closer. Let me just try and figure out my HUD here so that I can see. It's a basic HUD. That's help. The gap is currently 1 minute. If I could have my HUD back, that'd be amazing. Great. And the gap is currently 1.1 seconds. coming around into coming around and through Lake Holm, heading down towards I actually need to check the map to see the name of this corner. Anyways, okay, so they're heading into No Name, or X corner as it is now, but everyone still calls it No Name. Whatever. And then here we come down to Puon. And if I can alt tab back to my game. So yeah, the gap is closing. We're gonna see some action. Maybe not too quickly, but we're hopefully gonna see it in the next little while. But yeah, again, the gap hovering in the low, like just above a second, maybe a second, anywhere from a second 5 to a second 1. Just, but they're real close. They're definitely gonna. They also seem to be getting to the end of their tires' capabilities, so we'll have to see what happens with that. As they are still in the low 220s. The lads. Mad. We seem to be having something of a kerfuffle. As the leader gets a 5-second penalty for an off-track overtake, resulting in the 70 hitting the wall, as well as to let the 007, as well as to let the 007 back by, which he seems to be doing now. As well as the 46 making an illegal overtake. The 71. Never mind. Nothing to do with the 71. Sorry about that. And now there's a 5-second time penalty on top of that 72. So for that 72 to win now, they'd have to pull out a big, they'd have to make the pass again, cleanly this time, and pull out a 5-second gap. So we're gonna see if they can do that, but we're gonna go ahead and also take a look.
All right. Yep, I have returned now after sorting that out. I feel like that was a fair way to go about it, because essentially it's like a 7-second penalty, but I don't want to ruin or unpromote racing, if that makes sense. I don't want drivers not racing. Obviously, we always want racing and such. However, there is an extent in which it's allowed. I feel like the double contact there and the over-aggressiveness does warrant a 5-second penalty.
Agreed. I swear, I was about to say, if I was muted this whole time commentating, I would be annoyed. But yeah, so there you go. A 5-second penalty on the 172, as well as giving the position back. But the 172 with the draft now seems to be quicker.
There is also a warning awarded to the 007 car with aggressive blocking going down the Blanchimage section on the lap before, as well as the aggressive turn-in which was at no name. So there is a warning there, which essentially would make another incident, like another simple incident would involve that, become a more punishable offense. All right, we have Toby here in the waiting booth wanting to come on in, so we'll go ahead and drag them in just for a quick moment. Hello, and welcome in there, Toby.
Hi.
Hello.
Thanks.
So what is up with your race? How's things been going?
Yeah, the start was a bit scruffy, I'd say. We did have a few little contacts with the barrier and even with some other cars, but then when the track dried up, we found some pace, and now the car's running fine. We don't know for sure how the fuel strategy is gonna play out, but we'll give it our best shot, and maybe we're looking at a P4, P5 finish, or P6. We don't know that for sure yet.
I mean, you can really never be too upset for the top 10 in most races. I mean, even though this was a smaller grid race in comparison to most of what we usually run, you can never really complain with the top 10 in any race, let alone a top 7 to top 5 is always a really good result.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially because we missed qualifying. I think we started from P13. So it's quite a few positions gained for us. It's nice, and of course it's still nearly 1.5 hours to go. A lot of things can happen, but it's not looking bad so far.
Sure, for sure. It's been a fun last little bit. I don't know if you've been watching on the broadcast what's been going on at the front of the race, but it's definitely been a fun last, I'd say, 15 minutes up there.
I think I need to rewatch that. I was too focused on our car, but definitely will have a look at it.
Yes, there was definitely some drama up front, and actually, as we're talking, Loeffler's going to get in line here, possibly going to go for another outside overtake for the lead. Here he goes around the outside towards Lake Holmes once again, squeezing just a little bit on Stefan Quig, who's going to then keep a hold of it. Still side by side all the way through the exit. Going to keep it done there. Loeffler getting the lead back. Now he's got to go and try to bridge out that 5-second gap to eradicate that penalty. Of course, he is able to serve that 5 seconds under the pit stop and try to get it out of the way there rather than wait till the end of the race. But it is a viable option to hold it till the end of the race. Whatever he thinks is faster, whether he wants to serve it in the pit stop or just take the 5 seconds at the end.
gain it somewhere, man.
This is the one thing with time penalties like that, in which are just applied to the car. It does kind of give a little bit of a strategy to the car in which the penalty is applied as to how that they want to serve it. 'Cause again, you can either serve it at the pit stop, or you can wait, or you can even hold it for one stop and use it at the next. Like, it's kind of interesting how that there is a strategy to using the penalty to your advantage. You want to try to minimize the penalty that it gives you, and so, you know, if you think that if you think you're going to come out of the pit lane into a pack, then you take the extra 5 seconds, sit still, and you come out clean air. Well, you just gain time. So that's always an interesting thing that I like people to progress and see how people handle it. Not very many people really think of it that deeply, but you can gain a lot of time by using it in the correct way. Matt, I wanted to ask, Toby, what tire did you guys start on? Wet or dry?
We started on wets.
Okay, so how was the process for you guys on switching over to the dries? Like, because obviously we had the call out while it was still raining that the dry tires were optimal tire. We saw, I think 3 cars come into the pit lane while it was still actively raining to switch over to dries. So what was that process for you guys as to when you wanted to come in, and how did you make that swap?
Yeah, it was definitely not easy. Luckily, our number 1 driver is quite experienced. It was his idea to get some lower pressure into the wet tires so we could go longer and they wouldn't overheat so easily. And the original plan was to wait for the track to dry up completely until it's green or fast. That didn't quite happen. I think we made the switch to dries when it was greasy. Yeah, I did have a few moments. Again, a touch with the barrier, but apart from that, it's all fine.
It's always interesting the way that the strategies play out with the weather changing, and it's one of the reasons why I love having the random weather in our races, because it creates those strategies that you just don't know. Like, even us broadcasting don't know what's about to happen, and it really, really, really adds to the strategy and the fun of these races and the moments that are coming up, at least in my opinion, to see all these different things. It's the same reason why we don't like having the stint timer in these races, because it's interesting to see what people can come up with. You know, you see some people who will still stop it every hour. You'll see some people who will extend it a bit more. You'll see some people who undercut. You know, it's really interesting watching the way that different strategies of different teams come out, and then in the end, whenever you see that most of them come down to this 2-second gap that we see between Loeffler and Quee right now, is just always the most fun thing to see is how that over the course of, you know, 4, 6, 8, 12 hours of racing, all these different strategies come in to end up with roughly the same length of time. There's really no best way to go about anything. It's always really fun for me to watch.
Oh yes, of course. It's always fascinating to see in those endurance races. You drive for, I don't know, what have we done, 4.5 hours?
Yep.
And you really don't know what's gonna happen. I mean, you saw it, P1 and P2 still fighting for the lead, and until the last final half hour, I'd say you don't really know what the other guys are gonna do with their strategy and where you're gonna place on track. So it's always fascinating. Never gets boring.
Yep, and it makes that last half hour just all that much more exciting, because then you start to see all the pieces start to fall in. You know, once you hit that final 30 minutes, it's like, okay, no one's pulling out some wacky strategy now, like we're within 30 minutes. But up until that point, you just really never know, especially in these 6-hour races where it's kind of just that off notion enough. You know, we traditionally do 4-hour races, and in those it's pretty, you know, just standard of 3-stop. We did have one where they tried a 2-stop in the Bentleys at Misano. I think it was Misano last month that we did have a 2-stop from the Bentleys, which was really, really interesting, but worked out fantastic for them. So it's always fun to see those type of just strategy games pull out.
Yeah, that's what makes endurance racing so good for me. I mean, I don't have a lot of experience. It's only my 3rd endurance race in Assetto Corsa. So still got a lot to learn, but I'm definitely hooked.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. It's one of our favorite things with doing these races. Is that there's a lot of groups who are very, you have to be so good in order to get in it type of thing. It's one of the things that we try to prevent, is that we kind of want to allow new people to come and enjoy and realize what endurance racing is. There's just a lot of people who don't do it. And yeah, for me personally, it's the only racing I really do anymore. Like, is endurance racing. It's the only time I really enjoy myself in the car and racing. It's just because there's so much. It's more about the thinking and stuff like that, and it's more about managing things than it is about just being outright the fastest for 20 laps straight. And definitely it makes it way more enjoyable for me personally, and I love seeing new people get into endurance racing and being able to show up and have a good time.
Yeah, can only agree with that. It's also quite nice to see how many different nations are in this race. I mean, we are one of two. What is it? I think it's two German teams. And apart from that, I heard there are teams from Canada, Belgium, everywhere. That's nice. Not just a domestic series.
Yes, absolutely. It's we love having the international presence in these races. Obviously, we are ourselves North American, but our server is European based. We try to, with these endurances, host them on a world-friendly time. That's why we came up with that Saturday at 1600 UTC, because for the most part, everyone can get within that time pretty well. So it's nice to see such a wide variety of people. I mean, again, just within us in GRG, even we are North America based per se. That's where we were founded. However, of us as admin, we're less North Americans than we are anything. So it's nice to have that international presence in racing and with sports, rather than just have it where, as you said, it's a domesticated thing of just USA or just Britain or just Germany or just this or whatever.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, it's always really hard to get Australians a place to go. It's just really hard. There's never a time that works for Australians and a server that works for Australians that works for anyone else, unfortunately.
Yeah.
We try,
but
it's really hard.
I think I'm gonna have to leave now because I just got requested for my second stint.
Alrighty.
And yeah, you're doing a great job. We'll try to do the best job we can, and let's see where we will finish.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for stopping in, and good luck in your stint, and good luck to your team for the rest of this race.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Absolutely.
And on that note, I'm sorry to do this, but I gotta go to sleep because I've been up for now a very long time. Probably more than 24 hours, so I'm gonna go and take at least a nap. And chances are I won't be back for the end of the race, but if I am, then I'll pop back into the chat, and thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you for stopping by.
You're welcome.
D-Doc with the subscription. Thank you very much, Derek. That's 2 Prime subscriptions on the day. For those of you who don't know, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link it with your Twitch account and at gaming.amazon.com, and gives you $5 of Amazon's money to spend on whoever you wish. Obviously, we always appreciate it. Welcome in, Agnew. We're doing pretty fine, considering the fact we've done 5.5 hours of racing, 6 hours of broadcasting, and we still have an hour and 20 minutes left to go. I'm actually doing pretty fine, amazingly. I will not be racing. I am purely commentating today. And I'm also race control. And I'm also Discord manager. Today's been a fun day for me, actually. I rather enjoyed this, even though it's really, really hot. and I'm really exhausted. It's actually been a pretty fun day. We are actually going to cut to a quick commercial break, just a quick ad break, while I have to review a incident, and then we will also that'll also give me a chance to go and refill my water cup. So I'll be back in just a bit, but for now, see you on a little bit. Alright.
Post race, from what I can see on the stream graphics here.
Yes. Yeah. So the kind of race recap here is we're coming into 1 hour to go. Well, I would say the last hour recap is we saw Yannick Rambach in the 007 car run down a 26 second gap to catch up to Michael Loeffler. Got up to him and then made an overtake. And then started to drive away just a little bit, bridged out a couple of second gap, and then both cars pit on just slightly off sequence. In which then Loeffler got in the car, because at the time it was Max Leinart in the car whenever Yannick made the pass. So Loeffler gets in the car for the 172. They then come back out and go on their stint. And then about a lap or two later, Stefan comes in, makes his pit in the 007. They put Stefan Kui in the car. So now we have 2 new drivers in there, and they're going back out, and they come out a second apart from each other and instantly start racing. They go down to Lake Combs. An aggressive pass around the outside, but it was all fair and clean. Kind of slid off the racetrack for the 172 just a little bit, which made it an invalidated pass because they had to go off the racetrack to complete it. So they had to ultimately got a penalty to give that spots back. And then after Bruxelles and then down into No Name, the 172 made a little bit of a lunge up the inside of the 7. The 2 cars made contact, sending the 7 off the racetrack and into the wall, which has resulted in the 5-second penalty and the give back penalty for the overtake, the illegal overtake that initiated it all. So they ended up having to lose about a second and a half to give the spot back to the 7 car, and then got a 5-second penalty for the illegal contact or avoidable contact. So they're now trying to bridge out that 5-second gap here with just over an hour to go. We should see them coming into the pit lane within about 10 minutes time, 7 to 10 minutes time. And they're going to try to bridge that 5-second gap to eliminate that penalty.
Ooh, yeah, and I'm not 100% sure what the how long a stint here at Spa-Francorchamps would be in a GT3 car, but with maybe an hour to go, if you turn the engine down enough, you could potentially get away with just one more fuel stop, I think, at this stage of the race. So obviously you'd be back timing to get to this point, make your final stop, and then yeah, hope you can actually make the fuel last long enough. And on the plus side, if you need to save some fuel, the downhill run from the exit of Lecumbe, Bruxelles, No Name, Pouhon, and into Fagnes, it's all downhill from there, so you can save a bit of fuel, which is something I seem to recall Stefan Ortelli doing to very good effect in the Freisinger Motorsport Porsche back at the Spa 24 Hours in, oh gosh, I want to say 2002 or 2003, when they overall with their little GT2 car up against the big Delines and Corvettes that were racing in the GT1 category. So this could be quite a crucial pit stop for the 172 coming up. We see them go around Pouhon there and coming up, braking hard now for the Fagnes chicane. The medium speed right-hander, then a left-hander. They come around the twisty, well, I say twisty, relatively twisty compared to the rest of the circuit, middle sector of the lap here at Spa-Francorchamps, which is why from a car setup point of view, it's always been a compromise between having as much grip and corner speed as possible and as much downforce as possible for Sector 2, but at the same time needing low downforce, low drag, good straight line speed for the run, where we are now with the 172 coming through Blanchemont and the run through Eau Rouge, Radillon, up the Camel Straight.
Yeah, it's definitely it's a balancing act, and it all comes down to your drivers and how each one of them can handle specific moments and things. For me, traditionally, I will tune this track for a little bit more on just rear stability. because it's just such a big deal down through Puan, and in that whole section of the racetrack where you're going down the hill. It's so important to have that rear stability. So I'll typically set it up with a little bit higher wing than most people, just so that I can be a little bit more forceful down through the later section of the track. Same thing under braking as well. Whenever you're coming up the hill, having that little bit extra wing going down into the final chicane allows you to just brake that little bit later and be more confident to get by. So I'll typically run a little bit higher wing, but most people will prefer it to be lower wing.
Yeah, and also that same principle could quite easily apply to Lake Como as well, as you're coming up the hill on the Kemmel Straight.
Yep.
Well, so it's it's a very clever redesign they did back in the late 1970s here to build the middle sector of the lap effectively. As prior to that, it was the run through Blanchemont, La Source, down the hill at Eau Rouge, back up at Radion was all public roads still back then, and they built the middle sector of the lap to turn it into a more permanent circuit. And gosh, they didn't half do a good job with,
I
with
mean, yeah,
redesigning it.
literally the entirety of Sector 2 was the redesign, because the timing line at the end of Sector 1, like you said, used to be public road, and the timing line at the end of Sector 2 used to be public road. So it's the whole section from timing line of start of Sector 2 to timing line at end of Sector 2 that is brand new circuit that they had added.
Yeah, and over the years, many great runnings of the Spa 24 Hours have occurred, which is just next weekend. In real life, we've got the British GT Championship racing here at Spa this weekend, as well as part of the Speed Week festivities at the circuit, as the 172 Aston Martin comes around Les Sources. It gets a good exit by the looks of things onto the run down the hill. It's a very steep downhill. I don't think any camera angle can really do this first sector here at Spa justice as to just how unbelievably steep it is. And I mean, even with the amount of downforce a modern GT3 car has nowadays, you're pretty much flat up the hill through Eau Rouge, through Radion, and onto the Kemmel Straight as well. It's quite something as a driver. Not that I can speak much from the driving standpoint, owing to my lack of talent, which is why I'm speaking on comms right now. But it's a fantastic circuit to drive, and it's clear to see why the 24 Hours is still one of the biggest endurance races in world motorsport. It's one everyone wants to win. So,
Absolutely. I mean, even if you were like me and you don't personally love driving at Spa, you definitely respect the heritage of it, and for sure it's still one of those races that you want to do and you want to win, just because of the history and the heritage and the monument that is Spa. Even if again you don't like the track like I do. Unpopular
Same.
opinion there. I know, but
it's like, for some reason at Spa, I've always struggled to get near the real life lap time, which I always tend to use as my benchmark. I mean, the quick drivers in this race will be going a good couple of few seconds probably underneath that, but if I can get under 225 around here, that's some going for me. As gives you some idea just how far off the pace time is. Even now, Michael Leffler in the 172 clocks a 2-minute 21 on that last lap.
yeah, and that's a slow lap here. They're on old worn tires because I do believe someone's double stinting here. Not sure which team it is, but someone is double stinting here. Because it is been a requirement here in this race is to double stint one of your dry sets. but we were setting 219s not too long ago, like about 30 minutes ago. Every lap was a 219, 219, 219. So these guys are definitely throwing flyers out here.
Gosh, that really does put into perspective though between the seriously quick drivers here and someone who merely thinks they can drive a bit but actually can't. It's almost 1 second per kilometer. And this is a 7 kilometer long lap, 4.3 miles. So that just puts into perspective how quick a lot of the drivers in this race are. It's fantastically competitive, and the gap between first and second appears, from what I can see on my screen, has gone up to 4.1 seconds now between Michael Leffler and the number 7, which, if I just load my spotters guide up, Stephen Quee in second place in the racing team bond Aston Martin. It's been a good weekend for Aston Martin so far, currently running first and second overall in the race, and third as well if we include the 46, the second TSE entry in an Aston Martin as well, with Piers Stockton behind the wheel at the moment. We've got the
On the
number.
pit lane's the 208. They're
Right.
coming in now, running their way down. Could possibly be serving that 5-second penalty here, trying to get it out of the way, or they could hold on to it for the end of the race. Not entirely sure what they're going to decide to do, but it shouldn't affect them too much having that 5-second penalty, because from what I can see, they have a pretty good gap to the car behind them, so they shouldn't be too fighting it too hard.
Yeah,
For that position.
it looks as if they've got enough of a gap, and also with just under an hour to go in the race, potentially they could even, dare I say it, actually go all the way from here with 58 minutes.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
Traditionally, it would be like we've been running like right at an hour for stints, but you can probably get about 70 minutes out of a stint here if you do it well. If you're not like 100% qualifying push every lap, you can get 70 minutes out of a fuel tank in at this track.
yeah. So this, well, it's quite conceivably be the 208 Lexus team with Tobias Alexander behind the wheel at the moment. This could well be their final stop at
Mm-hmm.
this race, 6th place overall, and the 8th place number 981 has pitted as well. The 981 being another TSE Aston Martin with Daniel Zlatnik and Robert Seller on the waiting list. Robert behind the wheel at the moment, currently 8th place, and in the pits for a normal pit stop by the looks of things. So we ride on board with Stephen Quee in the number 7 Aston Martin, trying to keep the gap as close to 5 seconds as possible in terms of being within the. Given that the number 172 still has that 5 seconds to serve at their next and presumably final pit stop at this rate.
As you were just speaking, that gap is up to 6 seconds now between first and second. So he does have that 5-second penalty in hand right now. Michael Loeffler up front, so he will be able to serve it at the pit stop and get it out of the way.
Yeah, it's something you see quite a lot in Formula One nowadays as well, with drivers getting time penalties and having to serve them at the pit stop. And it's always a case of will they, won't they get the gap they need And in this case, Michael Loeffler appears to have the 5 seconds advantage he needs in order to actually shuffle back into the lead following the pit stop cycle.
Here comes the 22 as well for their last pit stop here. A nice camera shot here, watching the cars go up Eau Rouge over Radion. Still staying out for another lap, Stefan Kui. I'm surprised that they're not bringing that car in yet. Being that the gap continues to bridge out, I have to wonder if there's someone who is on an old set of tires and still has yet to really get them to grip up. Just under 1 hour remaining here. We're gonna go ahead and catch hopefully our last little ad break. And we should be back shortly. Actually, I want to catch these guys doing their pit stops. Yeah, I don't want to be gone whenever their pit stops are done. So we'll wait until the pit stops are done, and then we'll catch our last break. Currently, the closest action on the racetrack is towards the tail end of the field between 11th and 12th position. The 333 and the 815 are 4 seconds apart down the field, currently going through the Blanchimont section. We're getting word that the 172 will be finding their way onto the pit lane this time by. I imagine that there probably will be a driver swap once again. Coming from this team, but with 52 minutes remaining. Obviously, both drivers have set their minimum time in that car. Regarding the 7, we're going to have to see Simon get in the car. He did not set the minimum time earlier, because the minimum time is 90 minutes for a 3-driver team. No, it is 60 minutes. So Simon may have been able to set that time, actually. I was not entirely paying attention as of the time that Simon set earlier, but they may not have to swap to him. And if it might be worthwhile to throw Yannick back in the car, just because he has seemed to have the best pace all day of any of the drivers at this racetrack. So it might be worthwhile to throw Yannick back in the car and let him go just charge once more for this last stint to maybe try to bridge out over the 172 car.
Yeah, it's been quite a close race so far here at Spa-Francorchamps, and I think we had one entry coming into the race with a 3-driver lineup, and then having to go down to a 2-driver lineup for the race itself today as well. So yeah, it's going to be quite interesting. Keep an eye on the drive times as the number 2 car the second place car Stephen Kui.
Oh, the 333 is off the racetrack.
Stephen Kui is now into the lead.
3 is off the racetrack. They're spinning
Ooh.
at Puhan. Falls his way down the grid into 11th. Let me try something.
All right. The number 172 of Michael Loeffler is in the pits as we speak, serving the 5-second time penalty, as well as a full service of tyres and fuel.
I'm now streaming to you on Discord.
Okay,
so you can see, hopefully, at least live. I turned it down, so it's not gonna look as pretty, but should hopefully be live at least.
All right, cheers, and we can see the
Now, hopefully the Twitch stream doesn't go too far down because I'm doing that. It shouldn't, but
Yeah. Oh, see on the Twitch stream that the 333's gone off. Already mentioned as the 172 comes out of the pits. Second place for Michael Loeffler with 49 minutes to go. Granted, Stephen Queen, the number 7 Aston Martin, still needs to make a final pit stop.
let's see. Did they make a driver swap here? Crosses the timing line. It is still Michael Loeffler in that car, so they're going to let him out for one more stint here to end it. No driver swap occurring in the 172. And now we got to see what is the 7 going to do. Did they meet that 60-minute drive time for Simon Shepard earlier? We also had the 46, Pierce Stockton, onto the pit lane coming around this time. So the top 3 Aston Martins all stopping. But yeah, so will they go to Simon? Will they go to Yannick? Or will they keep Stefan in the car? They have 3 options to do, and I don't know what that they feel is the best.
Yeah, I think they have. Well, they're going to have quite a lot of data on them as well in terms of average lap times over a stint. And at the end of the day, their team manager has the, well, possibly one of the least enviable calls any team manager can make in an endurance race such as this, which is who do you trust in the car with the final stint, trying to close down the.
I mean, right now, Stefan Kui is running 2 minutes 22 lap time. So either they went for the double stint and these tires are just absolutely shredded, or Stefan is just really not getting along with the track right now. Maybe, because the track has gone up in temp a lot in the last hour and a half. Maybe the tire pressures were off for their stints, something along that line, or it could also be that damage that they saw just slightly hindering them now. But definitely. Stefan is not able to put in the same type of lap times we're seeing from the other 2 drivers in the team at this moment. Just a bit off. And I think that if they want to try to run downs, I think that Loeffler had that gap. At the time of entering the pit lane, the gap was at just over 6 seconds. So as of right now, if they have an identical pit delta and use just the 5-second penalty, that's the difference. Now 172 will resume back into the lead. So here they come now. We're about to have our questions answered. What is the 007 car going to do?
So on the pit limiter, absolutely bang on time there from Stephen Quay. He drives down the fantastically long pit lane here at Spa-Francorchamps. If I remember correctly, the pit lane from pit in right the way to pit out at the top of Radion is the best part of a mile long. This must be absolute agony for the drivers.
You see here Stefan going all the way to the left there, coming down the pit lane, trying to make it as quick as possible to be able to take that hairpin, trying to open it up as much as possible, because sometimes you get in that thing where you have to brake there, and you will lose quite a bit of time just having to brake for that hairpin. So really trying to open it up on the pit limiter, trying to get every little bit we can.
Yeah, any 10th of a second advantage, even if that means having to take more of a traditional racing line through the hairpin at the pit lane at Spa-Francorchamps, is going to be crucial in a situation such as this. The fuel goes in, the tyres are changed.
So the gap to watch, if you look on the track map coming through the final chicane, you see the 172 just going on to the finish straight right now, just going past the pit entry. So that's going to be our mark to watch, is how close is he whenever this 7 car starts to roll. Honestly, I think the 172 might bridge a huge gap here. Let's see. They drop the jacks. The 7 is rolling.
The 7 is rolling, and the 172 is just coming out of La Source as we speak. But Michael Loeffler, crucially,
Simon Shepard is in the car. They must feel that he didn't get the 60 minutes, or they feel he's got the pace to go get it done. Here he comes up over the hill. There's the pass right there. The
gets the
172 through to
pass,
the lead.
making use of much, much warmer tyres there. Michael Loeffler, he's done a few laps on them already, and it was enough. Those laps there where he was presumably being told by his team, okay, the race leader's coming in this lap, got to push now. And boy, did he make that count with the fact his tyres were already up to temperature and up to pressure as well here at Spa-Francorchamps, 31 degrees air temperature Celsius that is, and 34 degrees track temperature. It should not take too long for Simon to get his tyres up to temperature in these conditions. It's just a case now of whether Simon can close down that 1.8 second gap, which is what is being shown on our timing monitor here, between himself and Michael Loeffler for the lead of the race here at Spa-Francorchamps, with just under 3/4 of an hour to go. Coming through the second timing split now, it's just updated to 3.3 seconds as Simon is getting his tyres warmed up. The reason why, if you're watching this and you're wondering why the race logic box inside the car is showing him as having done a 3-minute 30-second plus lap time so far, it is because Simon brought the car in and crossed the timing line in pit lane, so that is including their stop for fuel and tyres, but they are good now for
I
the
mean,
rest
that's a
of the
good
race.
representation as to just how long that the pit lane is, though. That a lap here is a 221, we'll say a 221, 222, and with it being a 351, you factor in 30 seconds for the tire and fuel, so you take that off of it. So it becomes a 3-minute 21. So it's a full minute that you spend on the pit lane, just driving through it from the finish line until you exit it. It's a full minute that you spend slowed down.
And-
so it is a
and that's-
significant amount of time going through the pit lane.
And it's a significant distance as well, factoring in the length of the endurance pits. The pit lane at Spa-Francorchamps for a race such as Spa 24 Hours is the best part of a mile long.
Oh,
1.6
Simon with the
kilometers.
big oversteer moment right there,
Oh,
going through Le Combs.
could that be attributed to cold tyres? Could that be attributed to Simon knowing that he's got a 4.3 second gap to close on Michael Loeffler in the 172? I don't know, but he seems to be pushing that Aston Martin about as hard as it can go.
I should totally just give a 5-second penalty to Michael Loeffler just to make this entry known.
Oh, that would be cruel. Come on.
Oh, that'd be incredibly cruel. As we have a battle ramping up just down the grid here, though, between 4th, 5th, and 6th. Currently 10 seconds separating those three cars, with just 1.5 seconds between 4th and 5th here. The 777 DSRT car and the 22, let's just call it the Williams Racing car, because they normally always have a different name every month, and I can't think of theirs for this month.
They're running the
You had the spotter's
bright
guide
green
open.
Rinaldi Racing livery.
The
from the-
Global Enduro was the name that they went with for this month. Normally it's kind of a meme name that they go with. 172 works their way around the lap traffic here up front, just barely squeezing through it quickly. We got to see what's the lap time this time around. Loeffler a 1:19.8. Let's see, what does Simon set as he crosses the line?
A
A
2:21
2:21.
4.
Yep. So
Michael has increased the gap to 5.5 seconds at the completion of the 130-second lap here at Spa-Francorchamps. As we look at Taylor Williams in the 22 Ferrari, currently 5th place, and less than 2 seconds from the back of the 777 Aston Martin. And it looks pretty evenly matched, actually, between both the 777 and the 22. Gap doesn't appear to have changed by too much. So the gap for the lead between Loeffler and Shepherd goes out to 6.077 seconds. The gap between between fifth and sixth, fourth and fifth, excuse me, is it looks fairly pretty similar, if not maybe slightly closer. We'll
Between these
find.
two cars, last time around, the gap was it closed 1 second with a 2:23.8 by the DSRT Aston, and a 2:22.9 set by the 22 Ferrari. So the gap is closing just a little bit here, and actually it just closed up a lot right there through sector
Yeah,
2.
massively.
Down below 1 second. Again, in F1, this would be DSR or DRS range, not DSR, DRS range. But of course, this is not F1. This is actually where passing happens and is interesting.
Yes, it's not where you literally merely just press one button to activate a flap on the rear wing to reduce the drag of one's
Now,
car. This is where you do it properly by, quite frankly,
that
sending
last
it.
time around, again, the gap was 2 seconds large, or 1.5 seconds large for the 172 Michael Loeffler that he pulled out over Shepard. So, as of right now, it looks like Loeffler's putting in the pace to be able to go win this race. 38 minutes remaining. Taylor Williams now, though, with this fight with Vanderhorn, you got to wonder, can Alexander, who's back in 6th place, just 7 seconds down the road, be able to reel in this gap as they fight?
I think, well, Williams has actually closed the gap down to just 0.6 of a second across the start-finish line and is in the slipstream nicely.
Here he goes,
here
looking
on the
for
run up to
possibly a
Lake
dive.
Coombe.
Not quite going to get there.
No, can't quite get it done at Lake Coombe, as the gap has really closed up now to just 0.2 of a second. Coming out of Lake Coombe on the run down the hill into Bruxelles corner. And it still looks close indeed. It makes me wonder if the 777 is actually double stinting their tires or not in this stint, because Williams has gained absolutely hand over fist on this last lap.
Yeah, traditionally the 777 has been the faster car in the race in terms of average pace and fastest pace, by almost a full second in terms of fastest lap. This 22 car fastest lap on the day was a 2:21.6, whereas the 777's fastest lap was a 2:20.8 on the day. So definitely a gap has been bridged in terms of that. So
Gaps.
Yannick, I installed the skin pack twice today, and it did not work either time. Each time that we had the server reboot, I reinstalled it, and then whenever we had the driver's briefing, I installed it, and neither time did it work correctly. So I don't have anyone's livery outside of liveries that are copies from last month.
Oh, it's very close on the brakes on the way into the first part of the bus stop chicane there. We are going to get a split time now. The gap's back down to 0.3 of a second on the run into.
Oh, they touch!
And
they touch, and around goes the 777. And now pulling out of the way is the 22.
Williams has backed out of it to redress the position and let Van.
And that's through the 208. The 208 now has jumped both of them.
Oh gosh, yes, and the Tobias Alexander in the Lexus is now currently in 4th place as a result of that slight coming together on the circuit. It did not look like there was much contact at all between Williams and Van der Horn, but it was enough for Tobias Alexander in the Lexus RCF GT3 to jump both of them into 4th place. The gap between the 208 and the 777 is now 1.826 seconds. The gap between Van der Horn and Williams has now gone back out to 3.3 seconds. And I do wonder if the 777 is on old tyres, because the gap was closing rapidly in the run up to it, and it I think Williams could quite easily have got the job done at Lake Coombe. Such was the pace advantage of the Ferrari at this point of the race compared to the Aston Martin. But nevertheless, it's 3.3 seconds between fifth and sixth, 1.8 seconds between Van der Horn in fifth and Tobias Alexander in fourth place in the Lexus, as the gap out front between Michael Loeffler and Stephen Shepherd has gone out to over 8 seconds now. So we're
I do
currently
believe that
looking
Simon's in that car at the moment.
Yeah, so I stand corrected. Simon is in the car, 8.5 seconds behind Michael Loeffler in the lead of the race. Currently look at the 777 Aston Martin from the Dutch sim racing team, as Williams has closed the gap back down to 1.5 seconds. I think the 777 might be on stint tyres that have already done a stint here at Spa-Francorchamps, and I think Williams in the next few laps might actually get Van der Horn for fifth. Come up the hill along the Kemmel Straight, coming into Lake Coombe. The Aston Martin slows down for the chicane as Williams runs wide at Lake Coombe. Has been given a time penalty as well.
10-second
But
time penalty for that incident at turn 1 there for Taylor Williams.
yes, there's not an awful lot of contacts, but from what we saw in the Formula One the other weekend rather, at Silverstone, it's not the consequences that are taken into account by the stewards, it's the level of contact. And in that case, it was but maybe the slightest of touches that caused, in the end, both of them to lose out to the 208 Lexus. The gap now back down to just barely over a second between the 777 and the 22. Shoes gets second split time.
The other thing with that too is the fact that the car then parked on the racing surface after the incident in an attempt to give the position back, which is deemed as a dangerous maneuver by the GRG rulebook. You are allowed to slow down to let someone by, but you must do it off of the racing surface, and you must do it in a safe and in a safe manner. And so, making contact with someone, which resulted in them losing about 7 seconds on the racetrack while also parking on the racetrack, resulted in a 10-second penalty.
If we were merely using the Formula One pits at Spa, it would have been doable, but the way the concrete blocks are positioned, there is not an awful lot of room there, as the track does narrow quite significantly, as David Coulthard found out in 1998 during
Way off the racetrack there for the 22 car. We were just talking
Yeah.
about him at the top of Radion.
Yes.
Good, Michael Loeffler up front, just continuing to put in really good laps, high 219s, low 220s, over and over and over, just keeping that pace up front.
Appears to be it's the 7. No, never mind. I'm seeing things on the screen. I thought there was a car stopped on track, but no, it's the 71 which has been in the pits.
Yeah, that is
for
me.
a wee while.
Yep, that's
to
me.
say the least. Oh, it caught me out for a second there, but
Yeah, you have to, like, from what I can understand, in order to become an admin, you must enter an admin password, and in order to enter the admin password, you will load in as a car, and then you must retire the car afterward. So yeah, you can do it via the server, apply penalties. However, I do not have the ability to be logged into the server while also streaming. So yeah, we're just doing it that way.
Yeah. And this battle still rages on the 777. There's an Aston Martin just about to lap it. I can't quite make out which Aston Martin that is. It's a numbers
One,
the
two,
124
4. Yep.
getting a lap back on the Zealous GT Racing. Aston Martin getting a lap back on Van der Horn in the 777, although still, I think no, not really some way to go. It's only just over the length of the pit straight here at Spa-Francorchamps between the 124 and the 172, which has pulled out a very comfortable gap now, up to 13.281 seconds between first and second here at Spa-Francorchamps, which is enough to almost, well, you could almost back off at this point, but telling someone who's already been in the car for a stint and a half to back off now and take it easy, it might not be the best idea in the world, because we've seen when drivers in real life have been told to back off a bit on the radio and they're in such a high zone of concentration that they've actually made a mistake and crashed, as Ayrton Senna did in Monaco in, if what I remember correctly, was 1988, as the gap has closed back up between Williams and Van der Horn, 0.3 of a second in it. Williams with a 10-second time penalty, though. So, if you're the team manager, you'd almost want to be saying to Van der Horn, the guy
Let
behind
him
you's got a
go.
10-second time penalty, let him go. Try and stick with him, because you're still going to be net 5th place. Okay, you might not be crossing the line 5th place on the road. The car behind the 22 goes very wide coming out of Pujon, and let him go and try to stay with him, because you're going to get back past him once the 10 seconds have been applied.
Wide there goes the 7 car. Is that?
I,
Is that what Aston's there falling? The 007?
there's
It
a
is. Okay, so this fight's actually bridging the gap for the lead more and more, as a little bit Simon Shepard sticks his shoulders out and moves Williams out of the way. The 985 is around up at the top of Radion, now trying to get the car back underway. We're gonna go cut up there, just getting underway once again. But this fight's actually hurting Simon in that 7 car. Last time around was a 224. Meanwhile, Loeffler runs a 219. I think that this fight right here is pretty much confirming win for Loeffler, unless if there is some sort of drama. This is massively, massively hurting the 007 team.
If you're the team manager of the 007, though, or rather the 777 as well, for that matter, you'd be telling Van der Horn, surely, just lift off on the run to the bus stop, or lift off on the run to Les Combes, which I think is what's happening at the moment. Let your
Not
teammate
quite.
through. He's fighting for an overall race win.
Well, it isn't quite. They're not quite teammates there, but they do have the same identical stock livery.
Yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, then as near as makes no difference, teammates. And
Yellow again. The 985 is sideways, rejoining onto the racetrack.
on the inside at Pujon, and that looks as Brian White has spun twice in the space of not even half a lap here. I think there might be something wrong potentially some mechanical issue with the McLaren 720S GT3 as we go on board with Brian right now, currently on the run, coming out the Fanny chicane into Stavelo.
Car looks a little bit snappy, but it doesn't look. Oh my God! There goes again.
Whoa! Goes again there, big
Through comes the
time.
124.
On
Now
the
we're gonna
run
have
up
the 7, 777, and 22 coming along as we're coming up towards Blanchimont.
Yeah, I think he's well off the racing line there. He's backed.
I mean, yeah. At a certain
Brian
point, you
backed
just go
well
off the racetrack and let them by. Don't even. Oh, 777 almost into the back of them.
Forces the 777 off the
The
circuit.
985
Williams
confused.
goes
The
off,
22
and
goes
they're
around the
side
outside.
by side on the run into the bus stop chicane. As Van Horn goes defensive on the bus stop chicane. Meanwhile, Brian White has
Woo.
brought the very recalcitrant handling McLaren 720S into the pits for a mechanical checkup as for both Williams and Van der Horn, their heart rates must have jumped by a good 20 BPM at
That was
least.
for sure a scary moment.
It was almost like that time when Schumacher and Hakkinen tried lapping Ricardo Zonta at the Belgian Grand Prix
Here
as
goes
Williams
Taylor
goes
Williams.
around the outside and has got the place comfortably on the run up towards Lake Coombe. Van der Horn now back down into 6th place. They are going to be crossing the timing line now. They are indeed. And Williams now has 23 minutes and 10 seconds to try and build a 10-second margin over the 777 to mitigate the 10 seconds time penalty which has been applied to the car. But that moment at Blanchimont, it was almost like we had Ricardo Zonta in the BAR in the middle with on the run up to Lake Coombe with Michael Schumacher going one side around the outside, Mika Hakkinen on the inside, and Hakkinen sending it and getting past both of them. It must have been absolutely terrifying for, well, all parties, quite frankly. Especially for Brian White being in the middle of that battle, knowing he just had to merely hold his line and, well, almost might as well close your eyes in a situation like that and just hope for the best. But the 777 and the 22 are still running as Williams has opened up the gap to about 1.2 seconds through the second split.
Drive through for the 10 car out of
And
7th position. That's going to be for track limits. They must have cut going over Radion once again. So that's going to possibly push them down the field towards the 981 and maybe put them into the grasp of P8.
It's very easy to get done for track limits here at Spa-Francorchamps, admittedly, not just at Radion, but also you've got Pouhon, you've got Blanchimont as well, you've got the exit of the bus stop chicane. It's quite easy to run a little bit wide, especially on those 4 parts of the circuit, well, even on the run out of Stavelo as well, for that matter. And you can rack up track limits infringements very quickly around here as well. So it could well have been at Radion, it could well have been a combination of multiple corners, but you're right, that could well indeed push the 10 into the clutches of the 981 as we go on board with the 3rd place Aston Martin of Christian Camprega, the 46, currently 2 laps off of the battle for the lead, but still a very strong result nonetheless. 6 hours at Spa-Francorchamps is no mean feat, and to be within 10 seconds, well, so 2 laps rather, of the race leader, and there's a 20-second, just under 20 seconds at the moment between first and second. That appears to be changing as the 172 has gone past the timing line at the end of sector 2 as the number 10 appears to have come into the pits to serve its drive-through penalty. It's waiting for the number 7 to come across the timing beam. The gap has gone to 19.759 seconds. So a podium here at Spa after 6 hours. It's no mean feat, and fair dues to the 46 for being in that position at the moment. We cut back to the 777 Aston Martin of Ties van der Hoorn from the Dutch sim racing team. Go on board with him, coming up to the bus stop chicane. Turned in, makes the apex on the second part of the corner and gets a good run out and does a 24.876 on that
For
last lap.
comparison there, Taylor Williams at a 23.0. So nearly a 2-second gap there between Williams and Vanderhorn. So the gap may not, like P5 may not be sealed up for this team right now. At the current pace, Vanderhorn's going to have to pick it up just a little bit, or it's going to have to see Taylor Williams make a mistake in order to ensure that 10-second gap won't be beat. Because if we continue to see 2 seconds per lap, and if we're looking at the fact that we're going to have another, let's just say, 8 laps here, 6 to 8 laps left in this race, at the very least, then that 10 seconds may very well build, especially if we keep on making mistakes like that here from
Like that.
Vanderhorn.
You have to wonder at this point if Vanderhorn's tyres are, if not nearing the end of their lifespan, are at the end of their lifespan here, because Williams was closing the gap hand over fist on Van der Horn, and with teams having to double stint at least one set of tyres, it does make you wonder if the 777 team have decided to double stint their tyres for these final 2 stints here at Spa-Francorchamps.
Let's see, what's the gap here as we cross the Sector 2 timer line? It is 5 seconds. So as of right now, Taylor Williams is definitely putting in the pace to go and get P5 again. You gotta wonder if maybe there's a little bit of damage on the back of this Aston Martin after the contact at turn 1. Just how heavy it could be.
Yeah, it could well be damage to the rear diffuser, and I can remember back to the early days of the GT3 class when it was introduced into British GT back in 2007. The back in those days, we still had Ascari KZ1s, we had Ferrari F430s, we still had the Dodge Viper. I remember the Brookspeed team racing the Viper and actually bringing it to our local shopping mall, which, trust me, as someone between the ages of 9 to 12 years old, it's any chance to get to sit in something like that is seriously cool. And it's the current spec of GT3 cars nowadays is almost back to when the class was conceived in the mid 2000s. It's almost unthinkable how highly developed they've become, how much aero they've got now. I mean, around Spa-Francorchamps, they're knocking on the door of what the big 6-litre big bangers from the GT1 era were doing, with about 100 brake horsepower less, such as the advances in suspension, in brakes, in technology, in drive rates as well. Of course, in a GT3 car, you have a paddle shift gearbox. In the GT1s, it was a good old fashioned sequential. Traction control was your right ankle. ABS was pretty much non-existent as well. The only advantage you had in the GT1s was that they had carbon ceramic brakes, but the performance of these modern GT3 cars is absolutely, frankly, extraordinary. As Williams comes up to the second timing split where the Ferrari does admittedly seem to be a stronger car. The 777 is coming up now, and the gap is now up to 7.8 seconds. So,
Williams is
by
going to go
my
get this spot right here. It's going to happen.
Williams is, assuming he doesn't make any mistakes, is going to actually get 5th place on the road, barring any late dramas, maybe a late pit stop. With
Ooh, and the 981 is around up at like Combs.
Yep. Go on board with the Aston Martin. They get back up to speed. Last lap time was a 2:23 for Robert Sella in the 981. So could well be potentially tyre wear. Done. There's a gaggle of cars coming up behind, including the Michael Loeffler, the race leader. There's another car between him and Sella, that being the 985 McLaren of Brian White, which we can see in our picture. Can't quite see Loeffler yet, but he's closing the gap to those two, and in fact he's opened the gap between himself and the Shepherd in the number 7 Aston Martin to 24.1 seconds now. Makes his way past on the run out of Stavelot on up towards Blanchemont. He's on the outside, but gets past nicely and cleanly through the second left-hander on the run up to the bus stop chicane. He should be coming over the timing line now. We just got to wait a little bit for Shepherd to come past to see the gap between first and second, as Loeffler does a 2:21 on that last lap, which is still a good couple of seconds quicker than most the other drivers are doing at the moment. The 7 coming across the line now. The gap is still around the 23-second mark. Think Loeffler knows he's done enough to get the lead and just turned it down a little bit and is just trying not to make any mistakes, keep it nice and clean, and bring it home for the victory in with 11 minutes and 47 seconds left on the clock here at Spa-Francorchamps. Coming up to Pujon. Also coming out of no-name corner, sorry, excuse me. Coming up to a Pujon right now is a very tricky braking zone for that corner. There's no real obvious braking marker for there. Whereas coming up to the Fania chicane, normally I tend to use the Total gantry, kind of a rough braking marker of sorts. And meanwhile, quick update on the battle for 5th place. Taylor Williams in the 22 Ferrari has opened the gap now up to 12.2 seconds over Ties van der Hoorn in the 777 Aston Martin, which means that even with the 10-second time penalty to be applied post-race, Williams would still remain in 5th position on the road here with 10.5 minutes to go at Spa. The track temperature's actually just got a little warmer now as well, up to 36 degrees Celsius. Air temperature up to 31. And the weather looks like it is going to be set fair for the remainder of the race. as we keep following Loeffler in the leading Aston Martin, coming now through Eau Rouge and up Radion. Keeps it nice and tidy on the exit. No need to worry about track limits right there. Been a very, very good performance from the 172 crew and the 7 for that matter as well. 145 laps completed so far, not put a foot wrong here. The next car in front is the third placed Aston Martin, which is just exiting Pouhon now as Loeffler exits Bruxelles. So it's still some fair way away. Whether he is able to catch it before the end of the race remains to be seen. But currently, as things stand, he has got a almost 25 and a half seconds, just 0.02 of a second shy lead over the over the number 7, excuse me, Aston Martin in second place with 8 minutes and 34 seconds remaining in this 6-hour endurance race here at Spa-Francorchamps, as we now look at Ties van der Hoorn in the Dutch sim racing team. Aston Martin doing 2:25s. Williams is in last lap was a 2:24.3s, pulling out enough of a margin, whereas Van der Hoorn did a 25.4 on that last lap. So it looks as if Williams has done enough to clinch P5 in the 22s, 23 seconds behind Tobias Alexander in the 208 Lexus. I don't think Williams is going to be able to catch Alexander in the time remaining, but as things stand, 5th place in a 6-hour endurance race, it's not to be sniffed at by any stretch of the imagination. It's still a blooming good result given the circumstances, with just over 7 minutes left here.
Didn't we get rid of that drive-through though, Alex? Like I'm pretty sure that we went and got rid of that because it was not on your cause, rather it was on Kay's cause. So you got that disregarded as far as I remember. But that was a very funny and oddball moment to have a car get wrecked, basically. Like the two cars make contact, sending one of them off the racetrack, in which they then cut through a chicane and rejoin the racetrack, and the game deems that they gained time because of it. And so it gives them a warning, which they were on their third warning, so it then gave them a drive-through for getting hit. It was just really funny, the circumstance that led up to that moment.
Yeah, that does sound like one of the more idiosyncratic moments, to say the least, on Assetto Corsa Competizione. Indeed, that is wow. That's don't think I can recall that having happened before, either here at Spa-Francorchamps or indeed at any race circuit. So yeah, must have been a bit of an interesting one. As Michael Loeffler is doing low 2-minute 20 still, so we cut on board to the 815 Ferrari of Sas van der Westhuizen, and now cut to the number 6 Ferrari, so the 6th placed Aston Martin, excuse me, of Ties van der Hoorn, the 777 car. Got a Ferrari just unlapping himself there. That's Van der Westhuizen, I think. It is indeed the 815. Sas van der Westhuizen in the 10th placed Ferrari, just unlapping himself there on Thies van der Horn in the 777 Aston Martin. Now just under 5 minutes to go here at Spa-Francorchamps. Still Michael Loeffler who leads. 147 laps completed so far, and the 7 is just coming up now, and he's got the gap up to 29.096 seconds. 46 Aston Martin currently 2 laps behind in 3rd place. Then the 208 Lexus a further lap behind. And then the battle between Williams in the 22 Ferrari and Van Horn in the 777 Lexus. 5th and 6th, with Blackman in the number 10 McLaren, 7th place ahead of Sella and Gold in their respective Aston Martins in 8th and 9th. Van der Westhuizen rounding out the top 10 in the 815 Ferrari, with the 3 McLarens of White, Posson, and Ballo. That's the 985, the 414, and the 333. Rounding out the field with 3.5 minutes to go here at Spa-Francorchamps.
I mean, the drive that this 172 has had, they've absolutely dominated all day. I mean, their car was extremely good in the wet. It was very comparable in times to the 7 in the wet at the start of the race. But basically, ever since this race got into the dry, they have been the quickest. Outside of Yannick's single stint that he just absolutely masterclassed to run him down, run down a full 30-second gap, and be able to get in front of him and bridge a little bit of a gap as well. I mean, this 127 has just been faster every single lap. And obviously, to be in first, it means that your average time has been faster than the opposing teams. And they've been able to keep their nose pretty clean outside of the incident that they had with the 7. You could argue that the incident could have been wary of more than a 5-second penalty, as they did door check and push a car off the racetrack. However, the incident kind of, it was kind of the 2 cars are already being elbows out, being a bit aggressive. And so it kind of was inviting that type of moment to kind of lower the penalty in which happened from it. But, it's always fun to see those kind of elbow out moments where the cars are really racing each other nice and hard and aggressive. It just is a shame that one had ended that way. However, to then get that penalty, serve it, and now recover from it and go and bridge a full 30-second gap in this stint, it really doesn't matter what the penalty would have been. I mean, 30 seconds is 30 seconds. You're not, this car has for sure earned this win through and through. And to show up and beat that 7 team, who have won the last handful of endurance races that we've hosted, and that team is always the master class and always dominates every race that we do, and they've still dominated this race. I mean, they're 2 laps ahead of 3rd place, right? That says just how complete that these 2 cars have been between the 172 and the 7. The fact that both of them are 2 full laps ahead of 3rd. They're not even 1 lap. It's not even just 1 lap. They're 2 full laps ahead, and it's insane just how much that the gap has been bridged between those guys. And so definitely these 2 have been a masterclass in this race, and this 172 team for Team Snail Esports has just absolutely been going against the grain of the snail and representing them well.
Yep, the last lap for Michael Loeffler was a 2 minutes 20.4, so even at this late stage of the race, he's not even easing up in the slightest. In fact, I think
This is the final lap here.
Yeah, in fact, I think the Catalonia race was won by Diego Catalan and Dean Lee Banks in a different, I think it might well have been an Aston Martin if I remember correctly. But apart from that, the 7 team have been incredibly strong, and the gap is now well over half a minute now, as Well, even looking back down the field, Taylor Williams in the 22 has pulled a very substantial gap over Ties van der Horn in the 777 to the point that we're just waiting on Van der Horn to actually cross the timing beam on the start finish lines coming out the bus stop chicane. He's about to cross the line now. That gap is now 21.2 seconds.
Coming through the last
Between
time on Pouon here for Michael Loeffler. This car is absolutely just crushed it. Again, I wish I had deliveries for this. It would make this moment look a lot better than just a carbon fiber Aston Martin, but alas, and did not want to work today. With all the drama that's surrounded this race, with it going from a 9-hour down to a 2-hour, with these teams going from 4 drivers down to 2 drivers, with all the different dramas that have happened here today, to ultimately end up with the result that we had today and the race that we had today. You know, we still needed to double stint the tires, and that was fantastic to watch. And very, very nice job by all these teams to go and do a double stint, which I'm sure none of them are very used to. So absolutely fantastic drive here from these teams. And to go and bring it home, here comes Michael Loeffler one last time up off the final corner, crossing the start-finish line. That will be the race, as the 46 appeared to be slowing down to try to go a lap down and failed at that, may I add. Must complete that one more lap for the 46 car there in third position.
Unless they were trying to stage the finish, but
yeah, that too. They could have been trying to get a picture.
A picture perfect finish
for the TSC machines.
Is Simon Shepherd in the number 7 Aston Martin. He weaves his way down the straight and brings it home and crosses the line in second place. We go on board with the free cam on the pit straight here at Spa-Francorchamps as the fireworks are set off over the daytime here, sky here, as we've got the Taylor Williams in the Ferrari literally crawling to the finish line very slowly indeed, but it doesn't matter.
What happened there?
The 22 still had enough of a margin over the 777, waiting the 777 to come
Let's see
out.
whenever the 777 comes across the line here. What was the gap in the end? 12 seconds.
12
so just
seconds.
barely enough.
Unless Williams ran out of fuel, potentially, and was having to almost coast the 22 Ferrari across the line. We don't know yet. So we got one of the McLarens crosses
now
the
we are
finish
just
line.
waiting on the last 2 cars here. The 333 in the last place position. Well, of the last place of the finishing cars, the 333 going to come their way along, and then we'll have the 46, the 3rd place finishing machine for TSE. So a double podium for the Team Stanley Esports cars. Very good showing for them. And once again, those were the teams that split from a 4-car team to a 2-car team, or from a 4-driver team to a 2-driver team, I should say. So definitely split that one up correctly, I should say. And it's ended up working out for them quite well. We got cars sitting. Oh, okay. Just gonna end as he's coming across the line. Okay. Got
the race has finished here at
is the end of the 6 hours of Spa. Obviously, if our winners would like to come and join the commentators booth, they are absolutely more than welcome.
And I'm going to have to quickly leave the commentators booth.
Understandable.
Due to the slight logistical challenges, which I have, and it's midnight here, UK time. It's getting on for 1:15 at Central European time, where a number of our drivers are based. And thank you for letting me sort of gate crash it in a way.
Well, that was enjoyable to have you there for the last bit. You brought in some really nice information I definitely never would have regarding, previous races. Absolutely appreciate having you in here.
Oh, thank you.
Don't put yourself in trouble and go get some sleep.
Oh, I'll try to.
I know I'm looking forward to kind of getting past these driver interviews and going and getting some like soup or something because my throat hurts.
Oh,
6 hours of commentating is
understandable.
exhausting. Actually, 7 hours. Yeah, I had 7 hours, 12 minutes so far.
Oh,
Anyways,
blimey.
we'll go ahead and drag in our winners.
All right, I'll just quickly
Today's race.
swap, jump out of the commentators' booths to free up some room for some of our drivers who are waiting to get in.
Alrighty.
Cheers. Thanks.
Twitch Prime subscription. Thank you very, very much for that one. Drag everyone in here. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Welcome in and congrats on the overall win.
Well, thank you. Was an interesting one, a tough one, with some better moments than others. But overall, I think it was a good race. Yeah, we had a tight fight because we were on different strategies with the 007. So at some point we met on track, but yeah, I think we were really evenly matched on like pace wise, but just having, I think we had a bit of a better car on the wet, so we were able to make the difference early on, and then we just kept that building that gap over time. But yeah, it took 6 hours to end up with like 30 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. I was surprised to see the gap that close at the end, to be entirely honest. I was surprised to see you guys within a second after the way that the middle hours went. With Yannick Stent there to really bring in the gap, made that last hour a lot of fun to watch. Although I'm sure that they aren't the happiest about the moments that you were talking about. It was definitely a lot of fun to watch from the commentators booth. For sure.
Yeah, well, the gap, yeah. So we had the gap early on, and then like you said, Yannick closed the gap when I was. So basically, we didn't do our double stints at the same timing, so that's why suddenly the gap were reducing while I was double stinting, and then at the end, Comfy Michael built back the gap when it went the other way around, where then they were double stinting. But yeah, due to that, we ended up in a good scrap at some point. Yeah, some move were questionable, but then again, I guess we got penalized for it. So aside from that, then when that's done, it's set down and continue the race and see where it goes, basically.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, that incident, it definitely made for a dramatic moment there with just over an hour remaining in the race. It made for questions to be arised per se, but
I mean, at least you got to talk a bit about the fight for P1 at some point, because before that it was kind of void. So
there was
yeah.
there was a bit during the race there where I was just going around with the free cam and I followed the whole river from side to side, and then I went and sat the camera at Eau Rouge, and then I sat it at Pouan. Like I just kind of just followed the camera around to set it wherever I felt like, because I was trying to like not talk for during that middle stint whenever it was kind of like not a lot going on. I was trying to rest my voice.
Yeah, kudos for making it work, being alone for handling the event and stuff. Even though you weren't alone for the commentating part, still organizing and making it run, especially since you had to restart stuff on your own and stuff. So kudos to you.
Oh man, I'm glad that the restart went and actually worked. Well, fortunately, because there were two or three teams that were having problems with their driver lineup because they all joined out of order, which is an easy mistake to make. I mean, It is, because you can have someone say, "Oh, yeah, I'm joining," but joining and joined is two different things. And you have someone else connect, and they connect faster, and the whole nonsense thing that I wish that they would just fix with this game, but that'll never happen.
Yeah,
But
probably not.
fortunately, the one server restart was able to fix that for the most part, and yeah, I'm definitely it was definitely a lot of fun to watch, definitely a lot of fun to commentate, a lot of fun for you to watch you guys go and battle. And again, I mean, you guys were setting fantastic pace, especially in that last stint. You guys were running 19s, 20s for that whole last stint, which is always great. I mean, that's really really good pace. Enough can't be said about that. Going and getting that win, or TSC once again. I think you guys won. When was the last time you guys won one of these?
Suzuka a while ago now. I think it's
Yeah,
Suzuka with
it's
Driss.
been a bit.
October last year. Yeah, that was me and Max.
Yeah. Yeah, we try. Sadly, I mean, it's a bit sad that there is only like 13 cars at the end, I think. But yeah, I mean, with the being in July, August, it's to be expected, I guess. Hopefully, the numbers will get back a bit higher in September, October. Who knows?
Yeah, and that's we're planning on announcing the next race. Like either it'll be like Wednesday to like Saturday, somewhere between Wednesday and Saturday. We're planning on announcing next month's race. The track can already be found on the calendar if you go to grgesports.com/calendar. We've already got what the next track is and what date it's going to be, but we're going to actually get up all the banners and everything like that and get them posted and announced very shortly after. And that's something we want to do going forward, is try to get more lead up time to the race with the announcement, to try to give people more time to get cars together, get setups together, get drivers together. Because I feel like that might have been something that we may have had in the past of, hey, it's 2 weeks before the race, and then you spend a week of trying to get drivers together. Now you only have a week to practice, and then with qualifying happening a week before, it just, it's a bit chaotic. So I can see why some people would be deterred from that. So we will be by the end of this week, we will have the next race announced.
Let's hope for some more people for next time. But yeah, as Max already said, it's a hard time. I mean, we already saw it in SimGrid, and then RCI, like people dropping like flies, and I think we are not the only. We are not even like, how do you say it? Like we also dropped some leagues because it's just either too hot or too much, or
Yeah, you might actually have a better field for in August, because if there is so little thing going on in August actually, because right now we just still have a lot of big leagues going on, but it's coming to an end. So yeah, you might actually have some more people in August, which might be unexpected, but yeah, maybe, who knows.
Yeah, for sure. We hope to see the grids grow within the next couple of months. Next month, maybe not, but within the next couple of months, we do hope to see the grids grow back up to where they were, and try to get underway. And hopefully, we can then get one of those 9 or 12-hour races out of the way relatively soon. But for the next couple of months, it'll be 4-hour races. We'll try to get one of these longer 9 or 12-hour races in before the end of the year.
I mean, they're always.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
I mean, 9 and 12-hour races are always nice. Like I was always thinking, like, oh, let's do a 24, and I'm like, nah, I think 9 hours is enough.
Yeah.
Basically.
Actually, after doing that 6 hours right now, six is really good. I think 6 to 9 is the you really want to do an enduro and not just some long sprint, let's say. And if being able to run like more than 2 people on a car, like 6 to 9 hours is a sweet spot.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Right now, we're sticking with the 4 hours just because of our management's a bit small for us per se, in comparison to some other groups. So it's hard to manage these 6 to 9 hour races, especially with like today, whenever you have people have emergency things pop up or whatever. Definitely leads to having to kind of panic and cut some corners in certain aspects to be able to get it done, and we don't ever want to do that. Our goal is to always try to be able to deliver the best thing that we can. And so yeah, so like with this, you know, we definitely were planning on keeping it around that 4 to 6 hour mark for our normal races, but we don't want to go to 9 hours being the monthly thing as of yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, understandable.
I doubt that a 9 hour monthly is something that people will
Yeah,
will
that might be
happily
actually too
will
much.
happily
Yeah.
join because I mean, if you think about it, if you do that every month, people are doing a lot of like endurance races already in leagues like we did. We had like RCI World Tour and SimGrid endurance season parallel, and then on top we did some GRG stuff, and at some point it's just a lot. And the short ones
Yeah.
are, yeah, 2 people on a car, 2 hours driving, that's fine. Even like today, the 6 hour was manageable when we had a 3 hour race earlier before that, so even that works. But then the 6 hours is basically enough after that. So yeah, but was a good one again. Hard one for me. P3. It looks better on the table than it was because the pace. I found basically the pace with 40 minutes to go, which is a bit late, but yeah.
So I basically before the race I showed him how to cut les combes with the setup
Oh,
we
you
had,
did.
and he
You
figured it
didn't
out.
show me.
He figured it out 20 minutes to go. So yeah,
Yeah,
obviously you lose some time.
yeah. But
No, but
overall, again, a good result for TSE as a whole. P1, P3, P8. We sadly lost the BMW. I don't even know where they parked it in the wall, but yeah, as in a whole from us from TSC, a thank you to you guys again, and especially to you,
That
Case, today for pulling through.
that was
It's
actually a
always
funny
fun again.
moment that I wanted to bring up because whenever I was talking about earlier how I was going around just like placing the camera in random places, I put the camera at the bottom of Eau Rouge, and we were just watching the cars go up for a little bit, and then suddenly you just see this BMW coming out of the pit lane, bouncing off the inside wall, and then just teleport back to the pits. And it was just really, really funny. And then you looked over and you saw that they had a stop go 30 for speeding in the pit lane, and it was just like it was just really funny to me the way that it just came creeping out of the corner of the screen, just bouncing off the wall. It was just completely unexpected.
Was that on stream?
Yeah. It
Oh
was,
God, we have to look for this.
yeah, it was somewhere on the stream, somewhere in the middle section. But yeah, just the way that it just comes bouncing off the wall on the right side, just out of nowhere, was just really funny. For B, but yes, no, definitely. Well, obviously, we always appreciate the support of the same groups coming back over and over. It again, it really shows the community aspect that we have here, and it's nice, having everyone be nice to each other and be friendly and just have fun. That's our main goal. We just wanted to be able to host races, have fun, have a good community, have good people. And just be able to have a good time once a month, right? At the end of the day, we all want to be friends with each other, whether or not we are that on the racetrack or not, right? Everyone, the clubs are off on the racetrack, but at the end of the day, I want everyone to be able to be friendly and have fun outside of it, and why we consider ourselves a community first, a hosting league second, but
yeah, that's what we preach in TSC as well. It's a community aspect first. Yes, and we race, and when we race hard, and also serious. But in the end, it's always fun to race together. And yeah, on the racetrack, you don't have to be friends, but afterwards, you should be able to put things aside because in the end, it's just a game, and we all do this because we want to have fun, right?
yep, exactly. It's another one of those reasons why I've added that I don't care who started it role.
yeah, that was funny when I heard that at the briefing. Yeah.
Yep. I don't care who started it. Y'all are just getting muted. We're all here to have fun. Stop yelling. But yeah, no, everyone was actually today was really good. Everyone was really well behaved. And so I'd absolutely appreciate everyone with everything that happened today. There were a few moments, but they were all pretty clear moments, so that's good at least. Not too much stress or worry over what was going on. And hopefully everyone had fun. Those of you who are still here on the Twitch chat listening, who raced today, absolutely. Hopefully you all had fun. And
so basically, everyone knew you were on your own dealing with that stuff, so they took it easy on you.
Maybe
But-
Case should announce it every time you're alone.
Yeah, that's gonna become the normal. Is we're gonna hide everyone else offline. It's just gonna be me. All you're gonna see is me. No,
All
but
right. Well, thanks again for the great race, and I think August is quite a slow month, so you might see some TSC cars showing up on your next event. I
Hopefully.
don't know how many yet, but probably a couple
I mean,
at least.
I guess we can get 4 again, and then maybe if we can get the 5th one going as well.
Who knows? We'll see.
Maybe about time, yeah. But again, thanks, Case, and everyone at GRG for doing this, and see you next
Absolutely.
month then.
thank y'all for joining. Well, we look forward to seeing y'all next month.
Thank you, and also a congrats to Car 7 for the P2. Gave us a good fight nonetheless, and we've been fighting with them for some race already, so looking forward to race against them, race with them on the next event if they are there.
Absolutely, gonna be fun. Hungara Ring, I do believe, is what we have set up for next month.
Oh,
So
great!
Fucking love it.
it'll be good fun. Hopefully, the last track that we haven't done that isn't a tight British track.
I know one guy who is super happy right now. It's Mr. Zlatnik from the, what is it, 981 car. He's gonna be super happy about the track.
He doesn't like it one bit, I think, but okay. Anyway, thanks again, and I'll see you next month then.
Yep. See y'all later.
Bye bye.
Bye.
All right. And with that, we will end this race. Thank you all for hanging out in the Twitch chat and coming by and being yourselves. That was a lot of fun. The Twitch chat was quite active there for a little bit. It was fun to watch, hang out with. And absolutely, thank you for showing up, and we hope to have fun next month. Again, we'll be posting it in our Discord, the next month's endurance race very shortly. If you guys are interested in joining and you have not already, !join in the chat, or as Nightbot posted just a little bit ago, www.grgesports.com. Go there. It'll say right up at the top, there'll be a little button that says join. That'll send you right to our Discord. And from there, you can come and get in on all of our action, as you see on the sliding roll right now. You can get in on all the action of the races that we're doing. Obviously, we're primarily a North American-based group, so our weekly series, our weekday series, are based in Eastern Time to be able to appeal to that. However, we do host these monthly endurances on the weekends. We're also planning on branching a bit more into other games, possibly Assetto Corsa and R Factor very soon. And if you have any of those games and are looking to host or race in endurances on there, definitely be sure to come hop in. If you know any friends who want to come race, send them our way. Absolutely anyone and everyone is welcome. Doesn't matter what your pace level is, doesn't matter anything like that. As long as you're willing to be friendly and you can understand the basic rules of racing, we absolutely want you in here and come show up and hang out. So we hope to see everyone in here as soon as possible. And we will see you guys soon. Thank you for hanging out.